Open spinning my head. It don't even matter what you think you said. 'Cause I got my eyes on you, watch out. Make the wrong move and you lose, no doubt. 'Cause it's scary. Yeah. You
Marcus Speaks. What is going on, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Marcus Speaks Live, the podcast show that gives you basically everything. So, let me go through a few promotions and we're going to get into the show. All right. So, if you're now here and you're watching this, I thank you for being here. All right. Now, first things first, on Fridays, I do a game stream called Marcus Speaks Play. The way you can view that is either here on the main channel, or you can hit up my secondary channel, which is Marcus Speaks Play. We'll show that prompt in just a minute, but if you're interested in Marcus Speaks Play, you can watch it here or exclusively on my gamer channel, Marcus Speaks Play. Don't forget, on Saturdays, I do my podcast show that you're watching right now at 6:30 p.m. Both shows each day is at 6:30 p.m. All right, so don't forget, it's always at 6:30 p.m. All right, Eastern Standard Time. Also, like I said, my first channel, Marcus Speaks, secondary gamer channel, Marcus Speaks Play. Link is in the description below. I have my Twitch channel that is also at the same name, Marcus Speaks Play. So go ahead over there, follow me, do what you have to do. It's going to be quite, it's quite the thing to see. I have everything hooked up perfectly, and you can see it in real time as I play. If you have any sort of recommendations, such as a game recommendation, a show recommendation, or something, like when I say show recommendation, something I can be doing during this show, a review show for my games, or what have you. So let me know. Or if you have a game recommendation, I haven't already said that, or a story recommendation, let me know either in the live chat, or if you're watching the replay, please let me know in the comment section below, or a faster way, you can hit me up in my DMs. And the way you can follow me on social media to hit me up in my DMs is at Instagram at marcus.speaks.podcast. I'm also on Facebook at Marcus Speaks, which is my personal page. But if you don't feel like following my personal page, I do have a group page over there at Marcus Speaks Podcast. The way you can find that, search in the Facebook search bar, Marcus Speaks Podcast, or in your address bar at www.facebook.com/Marcus Speaks PC. The M in Marcus is capitalized, the S in Speaks is capitalized, and the PC is also capitalized. All right. As well, I'm also on Twitter at Marcus Speaks 25, username Marcus Speaks Podcast. So please do me a favor, check all those links out. All the links are in the description box. Search underneath of the description of the show and the fair use reminder, and they're right there. All right. And do me a favor, like this video, share this video, as well as you do that, share my channels onto your social media. Get me out there. Let people know that you're watching, a good show every weekend. As well, if you're new, please subscribe. Once you're here, subscribe to both channels. The way you can do that, if you get onto my main channel, you can subscribe to my secondary channel. As well as my secondary channel, you can subscribe to the main channel. So subscribe, hit that bell icon on so you can immediately get all of my notifications once I go live. So don't be shy, drop a comment. I'll be talking to y'all. If a lot of people come in, I would like to speak to y'all about this topic because it's a hot topic. People have been beating it to death, so I've suggested I want to do the same damn thing. All right, so I'm streaming live using Restream.com. I'm not being paid for this. This is not a promotion. but I like using Restream.com personally. Uh, I'm streaming live to my main channel on YouTube as well as my Facebook group page as well. All right. So if you could do all of that for me by liking this video, sharing this video, and subscribing if you're new, I appreciate it. Now, I know you guys want me to get right into it. All right, I know you do. You're fiending for it. But like the crack fiends you are, I gotta hold y'all off a little bit. With California has just passed a reparation bill, and they are seeking for people who are of African descent, or let's use the terms that some people are using now, foundational Black Americans or American descendants of slaves, whatever the fuck both those terms mean. Now, um, this is what's going on over there in California. Let's keep going.
State's task force on reparations for slavery is sidelined again. The first in the nation panel has yet to answer who would qualify.
Now, today it was expected to vote on eligibility after postponing the vote last month. CBS 13's Shantae Passmore is getting answers on the complex issue and why some say it's a distraction.
Before the reparations task force can draft a report due this June, it first needs to decide which Black Californians would be eligible for compensation.
How are we confused on who should receive this repair?
Members listen to fiery public comments. The question, who's been harmed the most?
Walk us through the different schools of thoughts when it comes to eligibility.
Descendants of enslaved Africans. You can trace a lineage to enslaved person in the United States.
Some task members support race-based eligibility, meaning any Black person who's experienced discrimination from the nation's founding until present day.
That's a little iffy because not only us Black people and our descendants that were here, well, no, I'm a descendant. Our ancestors, there also was Africans here as well as Jamaicans and Haitians and stuff like that were here in this country back in, those times. So if that's the case, then that means that any old Black person that's here in America can get reparations. Well, not just in America, but in California. There's other states that has done this as well, such as I feel as though as Michigan and Michigan. I want to say Ohio, but I know I'm lying on that, but I'm not sure. Y'all check me to see if I'm right or not.
Black Lives Matter demonstrations renewed talks as activists confronted racial inequities following George Floyd's death. Supporters say compensation could go beyond a check and look at quality of life issues such as education, healthcare, and housing. But some caution no compensation can make up for 400 years of maltreatment.
Yeah, I think that the argument over reparations is a bit of a distraction. Now, I can understand the fact that we've done so little to apologize for our treatment of African Americans.
Michael Tanner of the think tank Cato Institute says any discussion should stay at the federal level.
There are very real problems today that need to be addressed, from whether we have police reform or housing reform or changes in the educational system.
Whatever impact that may be, it's clear it'll have to wait. But the California Compensation Plan has a deadline.
Federally, the House wants to pass a law to create a commission to study reparations, and if it does, though, it's expected to face a tough fight in the Senate.
Now, with that being said, like they say, as California goes, so does the rest of the country. So that means if they are successful over there in California, in the near future, we shall be successful as Black Americans to get reparations from each state, if not federally. But, you have to do your research on how much money is set aside for us in some sort of like it's some sort of trust or something. We can claim it as just, with these legal terms these days, we have to be very vigilant and very uh, uh, forthright in knowing of our rights and how to represent ourselves in court. Because you got to remember, saying black in court, that's not like a race term. Like, it's a straw man's argument. So you'll have to know who you are, like, as a race. So that's the reason why we haven't gotten reparations and other groups have. So you guys, we should be doing the research on who we really are to enable to get our reparations. All right. Now, if you guys don't know, when I do my show, I bring you guys articles that I found, and I read to you, and I also give my take on what I'm reading. But along with that, I have videos that go right along with it to further my point. But in order for me to do that, due to Facebook and YouTube's copyright, shit, I have to let you guys in on a little secret, and that is fair use and what it is, and how I can use these videos and not get flagged. But instead of me saying it to you outright, I let my past self say it to you. Hello, everyone. I'm going to tell you about fair use. It's the law. Warning. Federal law allows citizens to reproduce, distribute, or exhibit portions of copyright motion pictures, videotapes, or video discs under certain circumstances without authorization of the copyright holder. This is called fair use and is allowed for purposes of criticism, news reporting, teaching, and parody, which doesn't infringe of copyright under 17 USC 107. That is right. Now, like I said, I'm going to hold you guys off. You are crack fiends to this. But I got some top news of the week for y'all. It's short stories. I cut the fat out of all of them. So I will be getting to the topic of today as soon as possible, but I want to let you guys in on some information that's going on in the world right now, because without information, how would you know what's going on? Now, the war in Ukraine is triggering a global food shortage. Now, you guys may be saying, Marcus, is this true? Yeah, it is, because, hell, Russia and Ukraine has about 30% of the world's grain and wheat. So, without them, most products can't get made. So, how about I let you guys hear what I'm talking about first before we get into it? How about that?
This tranquil farm in France's countryside is thousands of kilometers from the destruction in Ukraine. But Isabelle Le Balleur says collateral damage from the conflict is being felt here on her green pastures. Today, there is a direct impact on our farm, she says. Her animals eat grain, and Le Balleur says the price per ton has more than doubled since the war began. Not to mention the sharp rise in the cost of fuel and her inability to sell her animals for more, an equation she describes as unbearable.
Insupportable.
COVID-19, labor shortages, and inflation have already contributed to a rise in food prices. And now a region often called Europe's breadbasket is in chaos. Together, Russia and Ukraine account for nearly 30% of the globe's wheat, and that's not all.
The 3 Fs all are impacted very highly: food, fertilizer, fuel.
The longer the conflict rages on, the higher the chance of food shortages.
It will have a very, very big impact on a lot of Asian and African countries directly, but throughout the world indirectly in some way.
Crippling sanctions on Russia have reduced supply. And on Saturday, Poland's prime minister proposed Europe block all trade with Moscow. Fully cutting off Russia's trade would further force Russia to consider whether it would be better to stop this cruel war, he said.
If there is something like that full trade blockade, it will have a very severe impact
Could Canada increase its wheat production to help fill the void? Right now, that question is difficult to answer.
Last year we had a pretty bad drought.
The most recent crop was short by about 7 million tons. Farmers are hoping for better weather, but there's also a seed shortage, rising costs, and a need to rotate crops.
Even if we produce.
Now, with that being said, this summer, we may not be going to those barbecues like we planned on. So, it's about to be scary. Now, I'll always harp on this. We should be informing ourselves with all the information possible. Now, back in December, Joe Biden had a speech that he did right before Christmas. And he spoke on like darkness and peril and stuff like that. And it kind of sounded strange when he was talking about it. But this is sort of the aftermath of what he was talking about, of what's going to happen. He said sickness and death and whatever. We may see some of that, but most likely we will see starvation in the near future. So you got to remember, and I said this back in December. I said most black people are very resilient. We always have. So it won't mainly be us who are going to be out here starving to death, because we'll find a way. Even, if you have neighbors that give a damn about people and they have food, I'm pretty sure they'll invite you over if you don't have any. So, you're just going to have to, buckle your belts, make sure you chill out, and make sure you don't buy the most expensive thing in the store the next time you go. Because you're going to need all of the money you can, because with gas prices being the way that they are, inflation, which is going to, be more, I think it's going to be up to like 9% or something like that by the summer. We're going to be feeling it pretty soon. So with this food shortage thing, it's only a matter of time. Let's keep going.
With the normal amount of wheat, that might still not be enough to meet the global demand.
Adding yet another twist, there's a looming work stoppage at CP Rail. Trains are vital for wheat producers to get their products to market. 3,000 workers could be locked out early Sunday if an agreement is not met. Dias says Canada's reputation is at risk. Dan Spector, Global News, Ottawa.
Alright, that's the next video coming, but let me read you guys the article of which I found on this topic. Now, even before Russia launched a large-scale invasion of Ukraine, the year 2020 was on track to be one of the sky-high food prices, food shortages, and deep hunger in many parts of the world. Now, there is a massive humanitarian crisis in Ukraine, and the war's impact are reverberating around the globe. There's almost certainly not going to be enough food to feed the world this year. The situation is quickly becoming catastrophic, with a high likelihood of famine in parts of the Middle East and Africa, warns the United Nations World Food Program. Russia and Ukraine were major exporters of wheat, corn, barley, rice, sunflower seeds, and more. The two countries supply about 30% of the global wheat trade. In many ways, the situation is hard to rectify than the oil supply crisis. Yes, we are going through an oil supply crisis. Which, this is what's going on with that. Biden's letting like a million, I think they said like 1 million barrels a day or something like that, or 1 million barrels a week go each week just to lower the prices. But I think America uses more than 1 million. It's still in the millions, but it's in the higher millions of what we use a week. So by him doing it, it's not really doing much. So let's keep going. While oil prices have fallen back, wheat prices still trade near record levels, and telling signs of what is likely to come this spring and summer. Russia is also one of the world's largest fertilizer producers, which will drive up prices of nearly all crops in the coming months. This is one thing I can tell y'all. Get yourselves a fish tank. It's everything that you need right in it. Just saying. Rich nations such as the United States. Oh yeah, get yourself some seeds as well. Rich nations such as the United States, Australia, and much of the European Union will see food prices jump even higher, straining lower income houses that already report they are struggling with inflation. In many parts of the developing world, there will be a genuine risk of starvation and famine because low income countries do not have enough money to pay high food prices. 50 countries depend on Russia and Ukraine for more than 30% of their wheat, and many are among the poorest nations in North Africa, Asia, and Middle East. The worst possible response to the food crisis would be for wealthy nations to halt or heavily restrict exports of key crops. It's tempting in tough times to hold on to all available supplies, but that exacerbates hunger in developing nations. This scenario played out during the Great Recession in 2008, when dozens of countries severely curbed exports of key crops, triggering food riots from Egypt to Haiti. Meanwhile, China has been quietly scooping up supplies on the global market. A better approach for the United States and its allies to take is to increase financial aid to the World Food Program and similar incentives. It also means that inflation gets driven up high as well too. So you do the math. Now, these organizations respond quickly to needs on the ground and are connected to many suppliers. It would also help if the United States would end or at least temporarily waive the renewable fuel standards during this food crisis, because that diverts substantial amounts of U.S. corn, sorghum, and barley to produce ethanol. The global food crisis can't be fixed overnight, but rich nations can do a lot to prevent widespread hunger and the instability it spawns. Now, guys, like I said, buckle your belts. Make sure that you have some sort of freezer in your house so you can freeze stuff. Make sure you have canned goods and all the essential items you need. Hell, get into canning. Canning something that you can start doing. Get some frozen vegetables and then, get yourself some citric acid, or you can get some food preserve powder or whatever it's called. You can find it at Walmart right next to the citric acid, and start storing yourself up some food for the coming months that's on its way. Now, that's that story. Let's get into the next story. So, Joe Biden signs a bill that makes lynching a federal hate crime. Now, let's get into it.
All right. It's a wall. It was over 100 years ago in 1900, North Carolina Representative named George Henry White, the son of a slave, the only black lawmaker in Congress at the time, who first introduced legislation to make lynching a federal crime. Hundreds of similar bills have failed to pass. Over the years, several federal hate crime laws were enacted, including one I signed last year to combat COVID-19 hate crimes. But no federal law No federal law expressly prohibited lynching. None. Until today. Emmett's mother, his mother, demanded that her son be sent home so that his funeral in Chicago could be an open casket. Here's what she said. Let the people see what I've seen. America and the world saw what she saw. Emmett Till was born nearly 40 years ago, after the first anti-lynching law was introduced. Although he was one of thousands who were lynched, his mother's courage to show the world what was done to him energized the civil rights movement. Exactly 100 days later, Rosa Parks was arrested on the bus in Montgomery. Her statue sits in my office. She said, I thought of Emmett Till and I couldn't go back. I thought of Emmett Till and I couldn't go back. Dr. King often preached about, quote, the crying voices of little Emmett Till screaming from the rushes of the Mississippi. To the Till family, we remain in awe of your courage to find purpose through your pain.
Okay. What he said. Like, it's hard to keep up of what the hell he's talking about most times. So basically, this is what happened. And I'll get into it in just a minute with the article. So Biden stepped out on the Rose Garden. He didn't give a big speech like they usually do when they're about to sign like major bills into law. He comes out in the Rose Garden. He sits down. He starts signing the bill, and then he gets up. He comes to the podium. Then he starts talking. So, you know, it's a little out of the ordinary. He did a little out of tradition of how presidents usually do those types of things, but let's see what happened. Presidents typically say a few words before they turn legislation into law, but Biden flipped the script Tuesday when it came time to put his signature. Let me start bending these pages beforehand. On the Emmett Till Anti-Lynching Act. He signed the bill at a desk in the White House Rose Garden. Then he spoke, all right, it's law, said the president, who was surrounded by Vice President Kamala Harris, members of Congress, and top Justice Department officials. He was also joined by a descendant of Ida B. Wells, a black journalist who reported on lynchings, and Reverend Wheeler Parker, a cousin of Emmett Till. Biden said it's a little unusual to do the bill signing, not saying anything, and then speak, but that's how we set it up. He thanked the audience of civil rights leaders, Congressional Black Caucus members, and other guests who kept pushing for the law, for never giving up. Congress first considered anti-lynching legislation more than 120 years ago until March of this year. It has failed to pass such legislation nearly 200 times, beginning with a bill introduced in 1900 by North Carolina Representative George Henry White, the only black member of Congress at the time. Harris was a prime sponsor of the bill when he was in the Senate. The Emmett Till Anti-Lynching Act is named for the black teenager whose killing in Mississippi in the summer of 1955 became a galvanizing moment in the civil rights era. His grieving mother insists on an open casket to show everyone how her son had been brutalized. And I believe it wasn't Jet magazine. Who took the picture? I believe it was Jet magazine who had the picture on their magazine front. it was on the cover. Let's see. It's a long time coming, said Parker, who was on stage with Biden when the president signed the bill. Parker, 2 years older than Till, was with his cousin at the relative's home in Mississippi and witnessed Till's kidnapping. In his remarks, Biden acknowledged the struggle to get a law on the books and spoke about how lynchings were used to terrorize and intimidate blacks in the United States. I hope he didn't say it like that. More than 4,400 blacks died by lynching between 1977 and 1877 and 1950. Mostly in the South, he said. It's still lynchings going on to this day. Dover, Delaware, which isn't too far from where my town is in Maryland, just had one. Like a couple years ago? So what the hell are you talking about? Anyway, lynching was pure terror to enforce the lie that not everyone belongs in America. Not everyone is created equal, he said. Biden also, who has many black men and women in key positions throughout his administration, that's for optics, stressed that forms of racial terror continued in the United States, demonstrating the need for an anti-lynching statute. Racial hate isn't an old problem; it's a persistent problem, Biden said. Hate never goes away; it only hides. I don't think it does, Biden. The new law makes it possible to prosecute a crime as a lynching when a conspiracy to commit a hate crime leads to death or serious bodily injury. According to the bill's champion, Representative Bobby Rush, Democrat of Illinois, the law lays out a maximum sentence of 30 years in prison and fines. The House, wait a minute. 25 years is usually a life sentence. So they're basically giving them a life sentence plus 5 years on top of that, however much money it's going to cost them to get to, however much money the fines are going to cost them. So why don't you just give them life in prison? They're taking a life, so why don't you just give them life in prison? Makes more sense like that. Anyway, the House approved the bill 422-3 on March 7th, with 8 members not voting after it cleared the Senate by unanimous consent. Rush had introduced the bill in January 2019, but it stalled in the Senate after the House passed by a vote of 410 to 4. The NAACP began lobbying for anti-lynching legislation in the 1920s. A federal hate crime law was passed and signed into law in the 1990s, decades after the civil rights movement. Today, we are gathered to do unfinished business, Harris said, to acknowledge the horror in this part of our history, to state unequivocally, I'm having a hard time, hold on, unequivocally, that lynching is and has always been a hate crime, and to make clear that the federal government may not prosecute these crimes as such. What? Even Kamala makes no sense. Let's read that over, because once I read it, it didn't make sense to me. So, to acknowledge the horror in this part of our history, to state unequivocally that lynching is and has always been a hate crime, and to make clear that the federal government may now prosecute these crimes as such. a lynching is a murder overall. So why haven't people just been getting prosecuted for murder? I don't know. Let's keep going. Alright. Lynching is not a relic of the past, she added. Racial acts of terror still occur in our nation, and when they do, we must all have the courage to name them and hold the perpetuators to account. Till, 14, had traveled from his Chicago home to visit relatives in Mississippi in 1955 when it was alleged that he whistled at a white woman, which that white woman came out, I don't want to say, 4 or 5 years ago. It said that she lied about the whole damn thing. So, I don't know if she's dead or not. I think she's still alive. Anyway, let's keep going. He was kidnapped, beaten, and shot in the head. A large metal fan was tied to his neck with barbed wire, and his body was thrown into a river. His mother, Mammy Till, insisted on an open casket at the funeral to show the brutality he had suffered. 2 white men, Roy Bryant and his half-brother J.W. Millum, are accused but acquitted by an all-white male jury. Bryant and Millum later told a reporter that they kidnapped and killed Till. During a video interview after the bill's signing, Parker created current events for helping the anti-lynching bill move through Congress into Biden's desk. Parker specifically mentioned the police killing of George Floyd by a Minneapolis police officer in May 2020, which sparked months of protest in the United States and other countries after videotape of the officer's actions circulated. Now I feel as though that's good that something like that passed, and it is overdue. It's an overdue thing. But I will say, if Biden is still trying to cater to us, this is a good start, but you still got a few more years, which I know you ain't gonna do shit. This is the reason why I'm saying it. You still have a few more years to make some other shit right as well. So, I know you're not gonna do it, but you know how that people, y'all know how that goes. They promise something and never comes, and then we're stuck picking up the pieces afterwards. So, whatever. So, we are almost there, people, and usually I'm on these stories for like an hour and a half sometimes, whatever, but we're making good time. So, I'm gonna go backwards and then bring us to where everything is now. So, I had a picture of him in here. I can make one real fast. If you guys can hold tight for just a second. Let me crop this picture up real fast and then we can continue. Alright, y'all ready? Let's do this. So your boy Chris Rock, he is speaking out, they said. He is speaking out about this whole thing. So, Chris Rock takes to Comedy Mike, still processing Oscar slap. So, let me bring this down and then I'll bring it back up once we are done.
Disciplinary proceedings for Will Smith's Oscar slap have begun as Chris Rock speaks out for the first time. Welcome, everybody, to Entertainment Tonight.
Listen, all eyes were on Chris last night as he kicked off his Ego Death stand-up tour in Boston. We were inside the venue where it was clear everybody loves Chris.
How was your weekend? I don't have like a bunch about what happened. Somebody came to hear that. I had like a whole show I wrote before this weekend.
Chris spoke on the subject for 53 seconds at the beginning of his set. A source tells ET Chris knew he had to address the elephant in the room.
I'm still kind of processing what happened. So at some point I'll talk about it. And it'll be serious, it'll be fun.
ET field producer Darla Murray was inside the theater, which was sold out.
It was clear the crowd here was very much Team Chris. They greeted him with 2 standing ovations as he took the stage.
It took him several minutes to actually quiet everybody down and get ready for the show.
He was genuinely touched by the crowd's reaction.
He definitely seemed a little shaken up, but as the show went on, we saw the Chris Rock that everyone was expecting to see.
And we're getting our first look at what Jada was doing when things started going off the rails. In this now viral TikTok video filmed from behind, Jada appears to lean forward in laughter after the slap, as Chris says this.
Will Smith just smacked out of me.
I saw Chris, and as soon as I walked up to him, the first thing he said was, "I'm so sorry." And I'm like, "Why are you apologizing?" He's like, "It was supposed to be your night. It was supposed to, you and Amy and Regina, y'all were doing such a great job. I'm so sorry. This is now going to be about this."
And another wild video just resurfaced.
Before you lose your head, get all crazy and toss your hands up.
This anti-violence PSA that Will filmed in 1992 is going viral.
Just
Are y'all fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me for real? We're bringing up a 1989 video of him doing a commercial for anti-violence. And I already know what you're thinking. Well, he did a commercial about anti-violence so long ago. Why is he so violent now? Are you shitting me? We talking about somebody that was West Philadelphia, born and raised on the playground where he spent most of his days, cooling out, maxing, relaxing, all cool, and shooting some b-ball outside of the school when a couple of guys were up to no good, started making trouble in their neighborhood. He got into one little fight and his mom got scared, and then she sent him off to his rap career. All right? How do y'all not know? How do y'all not know this? How do y'all not know that, yes, he was from West Philly. West Philly is sort of kind of better area of Philadelphia, but, you know, every good area still has its hoods. Anyway, let's keep going.
the person that uses the head can always defeat the person that's just trying to use their hands.
Late yesterday, the Academy announced Will has been given 15 days notice of a vote regarding his violations and sanctions and has the opportunity to provide a written response.
We'll get into that later.
His fate could be decided at the board's next meeting, April 18th. The Academy also stated Will was asked to leave the ceremony, but two sources tell ET that Will was never told point blank that he needed to leave the Oscar show. Instead, at one point, it was suggested that he should leave. This morning, Oscar winner Whoopi Goldberg, who's on the Academy's Board of Governors, speculated about the terrible optics if Will had been removed from the Dolby Theater.
They come back from break.
Yeah.
Now, if he's in some sort of state and he's struggling and they're trying to get him out the door and it's still on camera.
And I'm just thankful that our segment happened before chaos. I didn't like it. I just thought it was unfair.
I'm torn. I've known Chris for years. He's great. I've met Will. He's great. You know, the comedian side of me wants to be with Chris.
All of y'all should shut the fuck up. I mean,
Disciplinary proceedings for Will.
Should shut the fuck up. Let's get in.
Jada says she's not coming. Protest.
This computer's about to mess up my stick. But anyway, let's keep going. Chris Rock received several standing ovations before he told one joke Wednesday at his first comedy show since Will Smith slapped the taste out of his mouth. It's like, no, I'm playing. Slapped him in the face on stage at the Oscars. Rock only briefly addressed the slap to the sold-out crowd in Boston, saying he was still kind of processing what happened. Other than the weird thing, life is pretty good. Rock said midway through his first of two sets, the nighttime performance came just 3 days after Smith smacked the comedian for making a joke about his wife, Jada Pinkett Smith, while presenting an Academy Award. Rock didn't mention Smith or Pinkett Smith by name at his show in Boston, wearing all white, and that's also optics if you guys don't understand that. Matter of fact, let me get into that now. So, okay. White usually means purity. So he stepped out in all white, basically saying, you know, I'm basically not tainted by anything right now, and I'm cool or whatever. And it also makes him look good. Like he's not saying his looks, but I'm saying like his what am I thinking here? It makes his whole thing look better. Like, okay, I'm on stage. I'm about to do my show and wrote this show, blah blah blah, and let me wear this outfit, blah 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 blah. So that's basically what it means. All right, let's keep going. Wearing all white, he seemed to be almost embarrassed by the multiple ovations he received. As the applause carried on for minutes, with fans yelling, "I love you, Chris," the comedian appeared to be getting emotional. A guest seated near the stage told the Associated Press. Also, somebody shouted out, "Fuck Will" and all that other shit, and he shot that shit down with he basically said, "Nah, don't do that, whatever." His videos, not really videos, articles going around about it. So let's see. Where am I on time? Almost an hour in, which is good. People, what I want to do, which I usually do, I usually take a quick break. Let's take a 5-minute break. I will be right back, probably even before the 5 minutes is done. So let's take the break now. So if you have to go to the bathroom, which you probably already have been in there with your phone, but if you have to use the bathroom, make yourself a drink, roll yourself up a joint, and this next few hours is gonna be the shit. All right. So within 5 minutes, I will be back, starting now. Yes, y'all. Now, sorry, got some stuff in my teeth. Sorry. Okay, so the Fresh Prince slaps Pookie. Now, some people will say that this all stemmed from what happened back at the 2016 Oscars, where Will and Will had a movie that was out called Concussion. So that year, Chris hosted the Oscars, and around that time when Will wasn't nominated for his role in Concussion, as I forgot the doctor's name, but this doctor that he played discovered CTE. So, if you guys don't know what CTE is, well, let's look up what CTE is. Excuse me. CTE. So, if you feast your eyes on the screen, it is chronic traumatic encephalopathy. CTE. Let's just say CTE is a progressive brain condition that's thought to be caused by repeated blows to the head and repeated episodes of concussions. It's particularly associated with contact sports such as boxing or American football. Most of the available studies are based on ex-athletes. Now, that's a good little tidbit of information, right? Which, whoever wrote that script did a good job at, writing the script. So, you guys didn't see any of that. Doesn't matter. But, this is what Chris had to say about Jada's Oscars So White protest that she did back in 2016.
Jada says she's not coming, protesting. I'm like, is she on a TV show? Jada's gonna boycott the Oscars. Jada boycotting the Oscars is like me boycotting Rihanna's panties. I wasn't invited.
Now, that little tidbit of information could have been what set Will off on the deep end to do this.
You know who's got the hardest job tonight? Javier Bardem and his wife are both nominated. He can't love you. G.I. Jane 2, can't wait to see it. All right? That was a nice one. Okay. I'm out here. Richard. Oh, wow. Wow. Will Smith just smacked the shit out of me.
Keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth.
Wow, dude.
Yeah.
It was a G.I. Jane joke.
Keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth.
I'm going to, okay?
You guys didn't get to see the slap. I'll replay the slap.
Okay. That was a greatest night in the history of television. Okay. Oh.
All right. So, some people will say this is the reason why Will went off on the deep end. I don't believe that. Because with these award shows, everything's written material. They read off of teleprompters of everything that they say. Everything has to be approved. But Chris does a little thing that he calls, that I call takeaway. And this is what takeaway is.
Yeah, write your own cannibal movie. But you had a good time on Empire playing.
Yeah, we had a real good time.
Yeah. Right, every award show, from the Oscars, MTV Awards, NAACP Awards, and these big productions, they really have many more rules than, when you're doing your stand-up routines or you're doing your movies with regards to what you should or shouldn't say, right? But you're somebody who likes to break the rules. Like the NAACP Awards, speaking of Jussie, you mentioned that the producer said no Jussie jokes on stage, and you went out there and delivered your biggest and best Jussie Smollett joke. But what's the price? Is there a price that you have to pay for breaking the rules in those kinds of situations? Or does that depend what level you're at, or what goes on behind the scenes?
I mean, I guess everything depends on what level you're at.
Yeah.
Everything depends on how cute you are in the eyes of your bosses.
Well, I'm sure your bosses think you're pretty cute, so.
Yeah, I mean, what I normally do when I'm hosting a show anyway, I always go, tell me what I can't say.
Okay.
I say that very early on in the process. And then they give me a list of what I can't say. And then, after that, I start writing jokes around it. And then I never show them the jokes.
Okay.
Because if I show them the jokes, then they'll go, you can't say that either.
Yeah. So you make sure that whatever's on the list, you don't address.
Yeah, so when I host the Oscars, I don't know how I've been able to pull this off. They never see the jokes.
Wow.
I never show them the jokes.
How have you been able to pull it off? Are they emailing you like, Chris, don't forget to send over those jokes?
I just promise that I'm not going to curse.
Yeah.
And I promise that, I'm going to be, they have a list of things I can't say. I'm not going to,
Yeah. You already did your part. You asked for the list. There it is.
Yeah. So I'm.
All right.
Will Smith had Denzel Washington today.
So, the reason why Will is in his whole little debacle over this bullshit is because Chris didn't have an approved joke. Now, with the slap heard around the world, we now have context of why Will smacked the shit out of him. Because from what I understand, from 2016, Will has spoke to Chris about what he said. Now, with that little tidbit of information I just gave you of what he does with his jokes once award time comes around, he plays keep away with his jokes so they don't get approved, and he can just go up there and say whatever the fuck he wants to say, just like he did on Sunday night. Now, with that being said, let's get into this whole little thing that's been going on. All right. Now, all eyes on me now. Everybody, focus here. Now, Will has taken to Instagram to apologize for slapping Chris Rock at the Oscars ceremony after the comedian made a joke about Jada Pinkett Smith's alopecia. This is what Will had to say. All right? Y'all ready? Here we go. I hope you guys can read this. Violence in all forms. I might as well let me enlarge it for you guys, because I can't even see it on my screen. And we'll go. I'll just scroll down. Now, violence in all forms. Hold on. Violence in all of its forms is poisonous and destructive. My behavior at last night's Academy Awards was unacceptable and inexcusable. Jokes at my expense are part of the job, but a joke about Jada's medical condition was too much for me to bear, and I reacted emotionally. I would like to publicly apologize to you, Chris. I was out of line and I was wrong. I am embarrassed, and my actions were not indicative of the man I want to be. There is no place for violence in a world of love and kindness. I would also like to apologize to the Academy, the producers of the show, all of the attendees, and everyone watching around the world. I would like to apologize to the Williams family and my King Richard family. I deeply regret that my behavior has stained what has been an otherwise gorgeous journey for all of us. I am a work in progress. Sincerely, Will. Now, Will said that, and people have been basically going on a shitstorm of basically going after Will. Now, that may go some way to repairing the relationship between the two men, but one thing is certain: it will not stop the punishing hot takes that have made social media all but unusable over the past 24 hours. That was last Sunday or Monday when I got this article. The forward momentum is simply too great, too unyielding. The beast is awake, and it must be fed. Smith and Rock are celebrities worth many millions of dollars between them, but given so many of us now take our moral instructions from things we see on various sized screens. The slap heard around the world quickly became the world's most interesting mass watch video in the world. Within minutes, a televised act of mild violence emerged at the flashpoint for virtually every social, moral, and political issue you cared to name, and grist for the endless content mill most of human culture is now charged with powering. What began as an onstage tiff between two celebrities over the disrespect gag quickly became a thunderdome for increasingly irrelevant arguments. As millions of users experiencing the internet equivalent of a sugar high tried to cram it into whatever their pet issue was at the moment. Now let me talk about something real fast with this. It has to be where I said in this article. The social, moral, and political issues you cared to name. Now look, I understand this. The whole reason why this has became like the biggest story around the internet is because the only thing we had to really look at the time is the war in Ukraine. Since the war in Ukraine stuff had really run its course, because what does that have to really do with Americans other than this food crisis that's about to happen? That's really the only thing. Now, whatever Russia does to Ukraine has nothing to do with America other than Biden, well, the Biden family, that's about it. And with that being said, it's like when the slap happened around the world, nothing else really was happening in mainstream news. There really weren't any big stories that they really wanted to cover. There have been several stories out there that they could have covered, such as 12-year-olds shooting themselves and killing each other. One murder, it was a murder-suicide. The food shortage stuff, the bill that just got signed, the Don't Say Gay bill in Florida. Also, does anybody not know that in Florida there is a trial run going on of the male birth control pill? Have y'all not? I'm gonna cover that shit if I haven't already covered it. I think I've already covered, but I'll see if there's any more information on it. But there is a male birth control pill that's being trial ran in Florida right now. Not like trial ran as in they have subjects that, they're testing it. No, it's available in Florida for all men to get. That's the only reason why this story is so big right now. How about we keep going? Now, I forgot where okay. Was Will Smith's slap a sadly perfect example of toxic masculinity? No, motherfucker. Look, this is what people don't understand. We gotta quit throwing around these dumbass terms, such as toxic masculinity, shit like that, because how was masculinity toxic to begin with? What we saw was a man who is married to a woman. So let's use the alphabet people's terms. We had a cisgendered man protecting the honor of a cisgender female from something that another cisgendered male had something off color to say. And thus we get the slap that was heard around the world. But nobody else sees it that way. How about we keep going? Proof Hollywood's double standard on bad behavior. That was supposed to be a question. I don't understand. That's really a statement. Is this a form of toxic masculinity? Proof of Hollywood's double standards on bad behavior. Cancel culture, which everybody's trying to cancel Will at this point. And it's like, who gave y'all the permission to talk about this shit? Like, for real. Who gave y'all the permission to go against Will? This is just like the same time. Well, not the same time, but this is just like when Mel Gibson said all his shit and y'all wanted to cancel Mel Gibson. But who gave y'all the permission? This is like open season right now to talk about this shit. No. Let me give you guys the formula of what I'm doing. I'm not on either side, but I will be discussing one side here. And that's Will's side. But I'm not picking a side. I'm just giving y'all factual information of shit that has happened within the coming years before this slap happened. I just showed y'all one video where he made a joke about Jada not being invited to the Oscars. Okay, cool, whatever. He also showed you guys a video of where he also says where he doesn't actually give, or he doesn't get the approval of the production staff and the showrunners what he's gonna say that night. Thus, what I said, he plays keep away with it. So since he's playing keep away with his jokes and stuff like that, that joke that he did about Jada was, one, unapproved, and two, unwarranted. So now we're here. Let's keep going. As the fact of the matter are undeniably simple, many seasoned posters saw fit to engineer a series of increasingly abstract counterfactuals to litigate their chosen point, pointlessly conjuring a scenario in which the deceased actor was not only still alive but making off-color alopecia jokes at the Academy Awards. Now, I don't understand who is deceased. Like, who the hell is deceased? Anyway, let's keep going. In each post, you can see arcing efforts to establish some new turf on the unending torrent of online opinion, and to find some new meaningful renaissance to an event that was, at the end of the day, an internationally broadcast moment of inflamed passions. I could make a broader point here, but the perverse incentives of the modern internet and the resulting toxic effort on the Discord on the discourse. Sorry, the toxic effect on the discourse. In the early days of mass uptake of social media, some theorists turn to an academic term from the world of media studies to capture the profound social weirdness these two platforms brought with them. Context collapse, which refers to the dislocating experience of having infinitively diverse audiences occurring the same online spaces and consuming the same content in radically different ways, has become part of the fabric of daily life. But you know that, but you know what? I made the point then. I might be no less insane than the people imagining a scenario in which Will Smith slapped Betty White to death on the Oscar stage. Instead, as a committed consumer of some of the worst posts online, I'll just keep having the time of my life. Now, I got that from, I think it was the Daily Mail, I believe. Some leftists wrote that, but nonetheless, it's just some bullshit, like, all around this. Like, it's just like we've wasted time basically talking about this shit, which I'm not saying I'm wasting time talking about this, but I'm just giving my perspective. Everybody else gave their perspective, but my show was on Saturdays, so I waited, which is a good thing that I do, for the simple fact that when people had various shows this weekend talking about this, I was like, I get to collect all this information of all these articles and all these videos that's being put on and all these other, like, mainstream news stations. I get to cherry pick whatever the fuck I want. So, Will Smith apologizes. But we didn't get to Chris's alleged apology. They said this isn't actually Chris's words here, and I'll enlarge this. So, he writes, as a comedian, it can be difficult to understand which lines are to be crossed and which ones aren't. Last night I crossed the line that I shouldn't have and paid the enormous price of my reputation as a renowned comedian. Comedy is never about poking fun at or making light of people with major ordeals happening in their lives. Comedy is about using real life circumstances to create laughter and bring light to an otherwise dark world. With that said, I sincerely apologize to my friends Jada Pinkett Smith, Will Smith, and the rest of the Smith family for the disrespect and disregard I displayed, which was unfortunately broadcast for the world to see. I hope that with time, forgiveness can come of this situation, and we can all be better, more considerate people in the end. Chris Rock. Now, if he wrote that, that was beautiful. That was a beautiful thing that he wrote. If not, then somebody speaking on his behalf. And like I said, if he didn't write that, then whoever wrote that on his behalf, thank you for that. But if he didn't write that, then he needs to come out and at least give some sort of apology about his actions. He is one half of this problem that we're all talking about. Is he not? Now, let's see. Will Smith apologized. Will Smith has issued an apology to Chris Rock, the Academy, and viewers after slapping the comedian on stage at the 94th Academy Awards, saying he was out of line and that his actions were not indicative of the man I wanted to be. The fallout from Sunday's show continued on Monday as the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences condemned Smith's on-stage assault and said it would launch an inquiry. Smith apologized to the Academy during his Best Actors acceptance speech, which notably didn't include an apology to Rock. On Monday, he issued a stronger apology and account of his actions, writing on Instagram that he reacted emotionally to Rock's joke about his wife, Jada Pinkett Smith, who has been open about her alopecia-related hair loss. Smith was honored for his role as Richard Williams, father of Venus and Serena Williams. I deeply regret that my behavior has stained what has been an otherwise gorgeous journey for all of us. I am a work in progress, added Smith. Rock has commented on the matter publicly with an apology, which I just wrote. Apart from in the moment when he said on stage, "Wow, Will Smith just smacked the shit out of me." What didn't warrant that? Like who didn't? Like who? I laughed at that for real. Like I thought that was fucking hilarious. That he said Will Smith just smacked the shit out of me, which would have made it even funnier if he said, "Wow, the Fresh Prince just smacked the shit out of me." That would have been funnier. Now, Hollywood and the public have continued to wrestle with a moment that stunned the Dolby Theater. I thought that was at the YouTube Theater. But anyway, let's keep going. That stunned the Dolby Theater crowd and viewers at home. Smith initially laughed, then took to the stage when the comedian joked, "Jada, I love you. G.I. Jane 2, can't wait to see it." Smith strode on stage and slapped Rock across the face. After returning to his seat, Smith twice shouted for Rock to "Get my wife's name out of your fucking mouth." His words echoed clearly throughout the Dolby Theater, though the U.S. broadcaster ABC cut the audio for about 15 seconds. Several stars rushed to counsel and calm Smith, including Denzel Washington, Bradley Cooper, and Tyler Perry. but the timing was also awkward because the Best Actor category was due up soon after, and Smith had long been considered the favorite for the award. Now, before I play the video, this is what I got to say about that. We still have yet to see an angle of which before Will gets up. All we see is when Chris says the joke, you see Will laughing, you see Jada partially laughing with an eye roll, and then you get the other angle, which was just shown, where I did not ask you to do anything. Which you get another angle of which you see Jada laughing at what Chris says after him getting slapped. But what we have yet to see is the angle before Smith gets up. We don't know what happened with, let's say, 5 to 8 seconds of that time, because this is one thing that we got to put in perspective. We got to put this in perspective. We saw Jada's eye roll, then we see Smith, I'm saying Smith, we see Will get up, right? So why is it that everybody is saying that Will is weak, and the only reason why he smacked Chris is because he's a punk or whatever? But what we don't see is what Will, we see Will's laughter, but what we don't see is either a face change or him look at Jada and see her face and how she's hurt or whatever. Like, we don't see none of that. So we can't sit here and judge a man for doing something of which we didn't see his reaction before making an action. So is that fair or not for you guys to understand? Like, is that fair enough to say that until we see video of what Will's face looked like, and we can come up and conjure some sort of scenario of how he felt, is it fair that we can say we don't know what Will's face looked like after the fact, after the joke was told? All we saw was a smack. That's all we saw. And then him shouting from his chair, which some people said, well, if he was a real man, he would have sat up there and said it to his face. Okay. You can come up with all the scenarios after the fact, but, you know, in y'all's perspective from what I've been seeing, in my opinion, y'all wouldn't have said shit to Will Smith. Y'all would have just sat there like y'all was going to and sit your asses down. Or do what Chris did and be like, wow. Will Smith just smacked the shit out of me. That's probably what y'all would have just done. Now, let's see this report of Denzel, Bradley Cooper, and Tyler Perry consoling Will in getting him, back to his cognizance.
Will Smith had Denzel Washington to thank for consoling him after the slap heard around the world. Just minutes before the King Richard star.
And we can't say that Denzel didn't enjoy that nigga shit. Denzel enjoys nigga shit. He grew up in Harlem. Hell, mostly all the black people that were there probably grew up in some sort of squalor. So why are we just sitting here just like Will made black people look bad? Speaks. In what aspect? what aspect did Will make black people look bad? I don't feel as though he made me look bad. I just saw a dude doing some man shit, and that's smacking the taste out of another man's mouth for talking shit about his wife. That's what I saw. I don't know what y'all saw, but I know what I saw. Let's keep going.
The Oscar for Best Actor for his role in the Williams family biopic, Will had an on-stage altercation with Chris Rock, where he slapped the comedian after he made a joke about his wife, Jada Pinkett Smith.
He didn't really smack him that hard, because if you look at Will's foot position, like the positioning of his feet, his stance was too narrow. If he would have widened his stance, he probably would have been able to put all the weight of his of the smack in. If Will would have put all of his weight behind his smack, then that possibly could. We don't know what the hell could have happened after that. Like, on the real, like if Will would have put all his weight behind that smack, to me, the smack he gave Chris was the watch your mouth smack. Y'all know those smacks. Most y'all's moms gave y'all those smacks. Hell, most y'all's grandmothers gave y'all those smacks. Is the watch your mouth smack. You know that quick smack. Watch your fucking mouth. Let's keep going.
Appearing in G.I. Jane 2. The camera caught Jada roll her eyes, while her husband took matters into his own hands and ran on stage and slapped Chris. Will then returned to his seat and was spotted saying, quote, "Keep my wife's name out of your fucking mouth," but the audio was cut from the broadcast. During the commercial break, his fellow Best Actor...
You know who else enjoyed all that nigga shit? Hold on. Lupita. Because Lupita was right. She had front row seats to this shit. Lupita saw that, and if you actually stare at Lupita when Will is delivering "Keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth," when Will is like doing like the whole neck gestures, like "keep my wife," you can see Lupita doing the same thing, but like it's like she was hiding. All you gotta do is look at the top of her head. You see her nod with every nod that Will gave. She was right with him. "Keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth." And then she goes, "Ooh." And then she looks back up at the stage to see what Chris was saying. So we gotta ask Lupita. Nobody's asking anybody. We have to ask Lupita what was done after, or what was done after Chris delivered the G.I. Jane 2 joke. We have to know from Lupita what happened after that. All right, let's keep going.
Your fucking mouth, but the audio was cut from the broadcast. During the commercial break, his fellow Best Actor nominee for The Tragedy of Macbeth, Denzel, consoled Will and gave him some words of wisdom, which the 52-year-old actor shared in his acceptance speech.
Thank you, D. Denzel said to me a few minutes ago, he said, "At your highest moment, be careful, that's when the devil comes for you."
As Will reiterated Denzel's words, the 67-year-old actor was seen from the audience getting emotional. The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Now, it's probably because Denzel understood what Will was possibly about to go through. Now, we have to look at Denzel's words. Denzel says, "At your highest moment, the devil will come for you." Now let's look at Denzel's win back in, I forgot when he got his Oscar. But he gets the Oscar for playing a bad cop, basically. Bad meaning, like not bad meaning in bad, but bad meaning like, he's a tough guy. He's a dirty cop or whatever. So if you guys don't know, Denzel had allegations against him. I think it was that he was having an affair on his wife, which wasn't true. Like, I didn't even believe that shit. I was like, Denzel and Paulette have been together since like the early 80s, if not the late 70s. Like, are you like? I know this man hasn't cheated on his wife. Hell, he has what, like 4 kids with her. Like, and plus, you know, everywhere you see Denzel, you always see his wife Pauletta. So, you know, then you have Monique. She wins the award, which is another fucked up role for a black person to play. She plays a bad mother. She wins the award. Now what happens? She's blackballed from Hollywood. Why? Is because she made statements on, after I did the initial promotion for the movie Precious, I was done. That finalized my contractual agreements. Now, she was on several talk shows such as The View. Whoopi Goldberg told her, if you had have called me, I would have coached you through everything that you had to do. Monique replies, well, I did talk to you. I told you what was the contractual agreements. You agreed, and then that was that. But do you guys not see a pattern here? Once our black actors get their Oscars, why is there always something that comes behind it? Now, I would say, and I'm making this prediction early. Well, I made it last Sunday, but I'm making it early because I was going to say it later. But I might just reiterate it later on just so it can be fresh in your minds again. What if Will planned this? What if Will was planning or is planning his departure from Hollywood? Because he probably sees the writing in the sand. He probably sees that, well, Hollywood really isn't what it used to be. What really is making all the money now is superhero movies and movies about books that they make into action movies. So action movies really is the big thing to do. You know what else Will Smith has? He has his own production company. He really doesn't need Hollywood. All he has to do is hire some dope-ass screenwriters and hire some dope-ass directors, and he can keep on with his career without Hollywood. He can independently put out his own films. What does he need Hollywood for? The only thing he has to do, I believe, is register his movies with the what do they call it? The Motion Picture and Sciences department. That's the only thing he has to do is register that movie, because you know, if you guys sat after the credits of like Marvel movies and stuff like that, when you see like that like globe that globe with like the film icon in it, and it has like the number underneath of it, like that movie is registered now. Oh, that's the only thing he has to really do. So that's just my prediction, though, that he's probably planning his departure from Hollywood, because as you can see, within the past few years, he's been making his presence known on social media. He has an Instagram, I believe he has a Twitter, and he also has a YouTube channel. And if you've seen anything on his YouTube channel, like, he gets millions upon millions of views on his YouTube channel. He gets millions of likes as well on his Instagram and on his Twitter page. So it's like, if this is what Hollywood really is now, and it's just social media and hearing other people's opinions that don't have any sort of craft, but he does, and he's still popular, What does he need Hollywood for? He can just do all this shit on his own. What does he need Hollywood for? Let's keep going.
Lum went on to apologize for his aggressive actions.
I want to apologize to the Academy. I want to apologize to all my fellow nominees. This is a beautiful moment. Art imitates life. I look like the crazy father, just like they said. I look like crazy father, just like they said about Richard Williams. But love will make you do crazy things.
Denzel wasn't the only one who showed love to Will after his outburst. Tyler Perry was spotted putting his hand on the Best Actor winner's shoulder while chatting. And Licorice Pizza and Nightmare Alley star Bradley Cooper was also seen during the commercial break, consoling Will by looking straight at him and putting both hands on his shoulders as he talked to him. The evening took a turn for the positive.
I'd like to know what Bradley Cooper said, because from what, if you see Bradley Cooper in like interviews and stuff, he seems like he's a cool dude. He's friends with Dave Chappelle. He casted him in his movie that he did with Lady Gaga. He cast Dave Chappelle in, I forgot what the hell that damn movie's called. A Star is Born, that's what it's called. He casted Dave Chappelle in the movie. So I would love to know what Bradley Cooper had to say, as well what Tyler Perry had to say. And I wonder if Tyler Perry did a Madea impression to settle Will's spirit.
There. After the ceremony at Vanity Fair's after party, Will was seen smiling and dancing with revelers, including his wife, Jada, and 3 children, Willow, Jaden, and Trey.
As in Willard III. Alright. So within an hour he had won the award. In his tearful acceptance speech. Hold on, before I continue too, let me add on what I was just saying about Will planning his escape from Hollywood. With his tearful speech, that probably was him crying to the people, like saying his goodbyes to them, like, you know what I'm saying? Thank y'all for the award. This is what I worked hard for. Finally has his Oscar now. There really isn't no other up now, other than a Golden Globe, I believe. But other than that, which I believe he has one, I think, I'm not sure. But what other, like, in the acting world, like the movie acting world, what's bigger than an Oscar? He doesn't really need any more. Like, he won for Best Actor. What is he gonna win for now? Best Supporting Actor? Like, he already won Best Actor. That's the highest award that a male actor can get. Denzel has gotten it. Leonardo DiCaprio has several. Will has it now, along with other lists of names like Robert De Niro, Al Pacino, like all of the great actors have them. So does Will need several? Nah, he proved himself. He's been proving himself for several decades now that he can do this. He finally has it now. So what else should he do now? Should he go for another one? It's really not like, to me, if I won the same award several times over, I wouldn't be excited for it. I'd be like, oh, I won another one? Okay. Well, I want to thank the Academy, and I want to thank, I already did this speech last year. I like to thank all the Academy members for all your hard work and blah, 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 blah. Like, who gives a fuck after that? He won his award. He can now ride off into the sunset. And he has the money to do so. Let's keep going. So in his tearful acceptance speech, Smith did not apologize to Rock at the time, saying, "Love will make you do crazy things. I know we're all still processing, but the way casual violence was normalized tonight by a collective national audience will have consequences that we cannot even fathom in the moment," wrote Janae Nelson of, I believe, is the president and director of counsel of the NAACP Legal Defense Fund on Twitter. A full meeting of the Academy's Board of Governors have been called for Wednesday evening to discuss the incident, according to the Hollywood Reporter. In addition to a review, the Film Academy said it will explore further action and consequences in accordance with our bylaws, standards of conduct, and California law. The Los Angeles Police Department said on Sunday that it was aware of the incident but was not pursuing an investigation because Rock had declined to file a police report. Now, the reason why he didn't file that report is because of this reason. Because he shrugged it off. He shrugged it off for the simple fact that Chris knew the consequences. He assaulted me. California law states that they really don't need the party that was abused to file charges. If the Academy feels though that they want to file charges, they can. And then that's the last thing that we need to see. The last thing we need to see is Will Smith, the world-renowned actor, and rapper, and producer, in handcuffs, as well a mugshot. That's what we don't need to see. Because then, if we see that, what message does that send out? That even our best, or what they call our best, even our best also can escape legal stuff. But Will has the money to fight all of this. And I'll get to my next point about that later, because there's been some fuck shit that's been going on the in the world of Hollywood. Now, Nicki Minaj wrote on Twitter afterwards. I think it was Monday. I forgot when the Academy Awards was, but anyway. Nicki Minaj writes, "I love Chris Rock. I don't think he would have made that joke had he known what Jada recently shared. But between him and the whole team at the Oscars, you mean to tell me not one of y'all heard this woman just share this heartbreaking story? Hashtag come on, son." So her next tweet says, "The husband gets a front row seat to his wife's pain. He's the first consoling her, drying her tears behind closed doors when those cameras go off. Social media has made people feel that these husbands won't ever run into them in real life. You just got to witness in real time what happens in a man's soul when he looks over to the woman he loves and sees her holding back tears from a little joke at her expense. This is what any and every real man feels in that instant. While y'all sing the jokes, he's singing her pain. Imagine what it must feel like to be losing your hair to the point where you have to shave it bald. Do you think that's easy to deal with for anyone? You don't think she's cried about that many times? 2022, y'all gonna have to see those men about those jokes you made about their wives. And that's what she had to say about it. And to be honest, I agree. Like what makes y'all out of reach from a little joke that y'all tell? What makes y'all out of being ruffled up a little bit because your jokes are bad? Now, let's continue. Could the Academy take Will Smith's Oscar? From Whoopi Goldberg's words, she says no. But we'll see come April 15th. So, the slap that overshadowed the 94th Academy Awards is far from being swept under the red carpet. Actor Will Smith attacked Chris Rock after the comedian made a joke about his wife, Jada Pinkett Smith, at the ceremony. The joke appeared to reference Pinkett Smith's alopecia, an autoimmune disease that causes hair loss. Later in the night, Smith won his first Oscar for his role in King Richard. The Academy of Motion Pictures and Sciences, which hosts the Oscars, said it had launched a formal review into the incident, and fans are wondering, could Smith be stripped of his Oscar? If Roman Polanski and Harvey Weinstein has yet to be stripped from theirs, Will doesn't need to be stripped of his. You gotta remember the heinous acts that these sick motherfuckers have done, such as molestation and can we actually call it the R word of what Harvey Weinstein did? Can we actually call it that? Because if it actually wasn't for these women coming to these casting couch calls, they would have never been in movies. So, was their career more than their dignity? Oh, hold on, I said that wrong. Yeah, matter of fact, I actually said it right. Was their career better, or their future career, I would say, was their future career better than their dignity? Obviously, we saw that their dignity means shit because most of the actors that came out of the Weinstein camp are winning Oscars their damn selves in when he is at the attendance of these shows, which he's not anymore because he's in jail. They actually thank Harvey for picking them to be in the movie. But Harvey's the problem. Which he is. He shouldn't. His bagel nose shouldn't have been out there doing. His nose is so meaty you can slice some of that shit off and make a sandwich with. But that's neither here nor there. What I'm trying to say here is, if Will gets stripped of his Oscar, they need to do some recognizance and think back of all the other people that they have gave an award to, and then think, well, if we take Will's, we have to take Harvey's, and we have to take Roman Polanski's, and we have to take any other person who has broken the code of conduct in our bylaws, because it will only be fair. But when's the last time they treated a black person fair? Let's keep going. Number 1, what has the Academy said about Smith's assault on Rock? The Academy has issued a statement condemning Smith's actions. This is what they had to say. The Academy says on their Twitter post, the Academy does not condone violence of any form. Tonight, we are delighted to celebrate our 94th Academy Award winners who deserve this moment of recognition from their peers and movie lovers around the world. Now, they didn't really address much other than, they didn't even say that they was going to review it. They just was like, well, we don't condone any violence of any sort, so we feel as though that it was wrong. Whatever. So, announcing it will launch an inquiry to determine further action and consequences, the Academy's Board of Governors will meet on Wednesday to discuss the issue. The Academy prohibits uninvited physical contact, and according to the association's bylaws, disciplinary action could include suspension of membership or expulsion. This shit sounds like school. Expulsion from membership. Whoopi Goldberg, actor and member of the Academy's Board of Governors, said during U.S. talk show The View on Monday, "We're not going to take the Oscar from him. There will be consequences, I'm sure, but I don't think that that's what they'll do." So, Will Smith faces potential suspension and expulsion from Academy. So, unsurprisingly, the vote among the nearly 50 governors was overwhelming to pursue the matter further. So, here is the Academy's full statement today. This is what they've said. The board of governors today initiated disciplinary proceedings against Mr. Smith for violations of the Academy's standards and conduct, including inappropriate physical contact, abuse or threatening behavior, and compromising the integrity of the Academy. Consistent with the Academy's standards of conduct as well as California law, Mr. Smith is being provided at least 15 days notice of a vote regarding his violation and sanctions, and the opportunity to be heard beforehand by means of writing a response. At the next board meeting on April 18th, the Academy may take any disciplinary action, which may include suspension, expulsion, or other sanctions permitted by the bylaws and standards of conduct. Mr. Smith's actions at the 94th Oscars were a deeply shocking, traumatic event to witness in person and on television. Mr. Rock, we apologize to you for what you experienced on our stage and thank you for your resilience in that moment. We also apologize to our nominees, guests, and viewers for what transpired during what should have been a celebratory event. Things unfolded in a way we could not have anticipated. While we would like to clarify that Mr. Smith was asked to leave the ceremony and refused. I have more on that in a minute. Hold on. We have acknowledged, we also recognize we could have handled this situation differently. Now, Will Packard, the producer of the Oscars, actually said in a statement with, I believe it was, if not CBS, it was probably E, but if not E, it was probably ABC, but it probably was ABC. So, Will Packard says that he caught wind of what happened. He caught Chris Rock backstage. He asked him what happened. He told him he couldn't quite make out what happened. So he asked him, well, do you want to do anything about it? Chris said no. Let's just leave it where it's at. Which meant that since Chris didn't want to take any further action with the situation at hand that happened, by them saying Will was asked to leave, but he refused to go, is a lie. The truth is, since Chris didn't want to put any sort of charges against Will Smith for doing what he did, that now has the effect of them not even coming to him and saying, hey, we would like for you to leave. That never happened. What happened was Will Packard said, since he doesn't want to press any charges, let's just leave it alone, let everybody enjoy the rest of their night. So since Will Packard didn't want to press charges as well as the Academy, as well as Chris Rock, there is no further action legally that anybody else can do other than what it is states in California law and whatever the fuck the bylaws of the Academy is. So what we have here is a failure to communicate. All right? We do not have any single instance of anything else that transpired the rest of that night. All we know is what they tell us. That's all. They can lie through their teeth and make it sound like the truth, but I told y'all one thing a few weeks ago. If you use your context clues as well as critical thinking, you'll never be led astray at all. So let's continue. Now, hold on. I have a video here, but I don't know where I'm at yet with it. I feel as though I can play this here. But one second. I haven't even got to the Whoopi video, I believe. Or did I take that video out? I think I took it out. Yeah, I took it out. So okay, yes, I can play this here. So before we continue, I will play this quick video right now.
3 days after, it seems like 3 weeks, doesn't it? But it's 3 days after the slap. Chris Rock is about to return to the stage, and it's hard to imagine he won't have something to say about it. Meanwhile, there's new information just in about what the Academy did immediately after the slap. Our Josh Haskell live with the breaking details. Josh.
And Mark, we're also learning that disciplinary proceedings have been initiated against Will Smith by the Academy, and that important new detail that you mentioned at the top, that the Academy is saying that they in fact did ask Will Smith to leave the ceremony after he slapped Chris Rock, and that Will Smith refused. The Academy also recognizing that they could have handled things differently. Will Smith's actions Sunday night at the Oscars aren't fading away into award show history. Many, including host Wanda Sykes, still upset about what she saw and the lack of action.
I physically felt ill, and I'm still a little traumatized.
Shut the fuck up. No, you did not. All these lies, man. It's ridiculous. You did not feel physically ill. You're not traumatized because it didn't happen to you. What you are feeling, stupid, is confusion. You don't know why it happened. You don't know what warranted Will Smith to slap Chris, so you're confused. You're not triggered. You're not fucking traumatized. Nor did you fall ill for a couple seconds of what you saw or what you heard. Because if you look at the video that's circulating around, this isn't the full interview, but I believe this comes out sometime next week. Wanda said she was backstage. Not really backstage. She was in her trailer getting changed, but she was watching Chris on her TV while she was getting changed, because I guess her, Regina, and Amy had a pajama segment in the Oscars while they was hosting. So she said she was changing in her pajamas, and while she was changing in her pajamas, she looked away for a few seconds, didn't know what happened, and then when she turned around, she saw that Chris looked startled in the face. Then after she left her trailer, she started asking producers and stuff what happened to Chris. They told her what happened, and then she didn't know how to feel about the whole thing. So she's confused. All I want to know, and I'll bring this up later. Who is giving these motherfuckers the permission? Just like the same permission that was given to all these motherfuckers when Mel Gibson fell into his little tiff. A motherfucker named what's that comedian's name that was in The Hangover? Zach Galifianakis said something. Who the fuck is Zach Galifianakis? What has Zach Galifianakis been in since the last Hangover movie, Hangover 3? What movie has he been in? Now, I will continue. But there's several other motherfuckers that's saying the same goddamn thing. Jim Carrey said, I was sickened by this. For what? You wasn't even there. You're promoting Sonic the Hedgehog. Good luck with that dumbass movie. Amy Schumer said she was traumatized and triggered. What? What the fuck is happening? What is happening? We're seeing some bullshit happen right in front of our eyes. We're looking at the equivalent of a crucifixion. This is a public crucifixion we're giving Will Smith for no fucking reason. At all. Let's keep going. 2. Has the Academy taken disciplinary action before? In 2017, the Academy revoked the membership of Harvey Weinstein at the height of the sexual misconduct scandal, which they knew about, but let's keep going, surrounding the former film producer, who was later convicted on several charges. The Academy adopted a new code of conduct in 2017 in the wake of the allegations against Weinstein, saying at the time, there is no place in the Academy for people who abuse their status, power, or influence in a matter that violates recognized standards of decency. Now, y'all didn't care about that shit a long fucking time ago when all that shit was happening. Do you know what they said about one of the first ladies? Ronald Reagan's wife, Nancy Reagan? Ronald Reagan's wife, Nancy Reagan. They called her Good Time Nancy because Nancy was known to suck a dick or two. So, how does the Academy or the Motion Pictures and Science department of Hollywood not know about any of this shit if they attend most of, if not all of these goddamn ceremonies? So who wouldn't be talking about this shit? But after decades of all this shit happening, of sexual misconduct and shit like that, you wanna place disciplinary action on somebody who basically lightly smacked the shit out of somebody. What? The only time when they have to put new rules is when motherfuckers get caught doing shit that they know about, but then when they get caught, it's, oh, well, we got to cover our asses. Let's write a new bylaw in, or let's rewrite the standards and practices of codes of conduct. That's what happens. That's what happens. Even in the company that you're working for today, people who's watching. This is what happened when I was in middle school. They told us after I walked in with basically, it was like, I don't know, it was a long ass chain with a medallion at it, pendant or whatever. Independent was big as shit as fuck. Not sure how big the chain was, but they told us that our chains, after they saw mines, could only be, I believe, 18 inches, I think is what they said. Our chains, our necklaces could only be 18 inches. After them seeing my long ass chain with a medallion at the end, they said it could be used as a weapon. Thus, they wrote that fucking rule in our rule book. This shit happened when I was in 6th grade. That was the only time that they saw a reason to write some bullshit like that. So once things happen that they feel as though that they can't be in control of, this is anywhere. They place rules on it now. So since Weinstein got caught, basically saying, hey, if you suck my dick or if you fuck me, I'll put you in this movie. They knew about this shit, but now that the Me Too movement and shit like that started happening, they started covering their asses, just like how my school did. Well, if he goes crazy and he swings his chain and hits somebody with that heavy ass medallion that he has on it, then we'll get in trouble for not having some sort of rule to combat something like that. This is what's happening. Okay, following the new code, Roman Polanski, who was convicted of R-word and sex with a minor, was stripped of his membership. So was Bill Cosby, who spent more than 2 years in jail convicted on sexual assault, but had his charges overturned last year, however, which means they should overturn his membership as well. However, it is worth noting that Polanski, who won Best Director for The Pianist in 2003, almost 30 years after his conviction for R-word, has not had his Oscar taken away from him. Y'all see? Nor has Weinstein had to return any of the 81 Oscars shared between Miramax and the Weinstein Company. He has also not had to give up the one Oscar awarded to him directly, Best Picture, for his role as producer on Shakespeare in Love. It is also worth noting that the Academy has not punished actors who have been physically threatening to others during the Oscars ceremony. In 1973, 6 security guards had to hold back John Wayne when actor and activist Shoshin Littlefeather took to the stage to speak on behalf of Marlon Brando, declining his Best Actor award to instead speak about Native American rights. Now, do y'all see? Not only has this shit happened before, they did nothing about it. Let's keep going. What has Smith said about the incident? Smith issued a written apology to Rock and the Academy on Monday, saying he was out of line and wrong, and that his actions were not indicative of the man I want to be. My behavior at last night's Academy Awards was unacceptable and inexcusable, the statement said. Jokes at my expense are part of the job, but jokes about Jada's medical condition was too much for me to bear, and I reacted emotionally. During his Oscar acceptance speech, Smith apologized to the Academy for his behavior, but this did not include an apology to Chris Rock. Now, 4. What could the assault mean for Smith's career? Really nothing, to be honest. To me, he can still work. He can still work. Now, Smith's is undergoing a trial by public opinion, but film uh, publicist Charles McDonald said he thinks Smith's career can survive given the actor is atoning for his actions. I think people have a great affection for him. You cannot resort to violence like that, obviously, in the language he used afterwards. Despite the provocation, but I think there will be sympathy for him. Now, that's somebody that's actually on the board, and he actually wants to see Will succeed. So if he sees that nothing's going to come of this, but as a business, they still have to hold that meeting and what have you. But this also what has to happen. Why don't they discuss further issues of other shit that is also still going on? That's not the only thing, but come on now. Now look, I'm a replay what she had to say, but it's a bunch of bullshit. I'll just tell y'all that now. It's a bunch of bullshit.
Lack of action. I physically felt ill, and I'm still a little traumatized. And for them to let him stay in that room and enjoy the rest of the show and accept his award, I was like, how gross is this? This is just the wrong message, like.
To who? Oh, to kids, because kids are watching. Oh, to other countries, because people don't like America looking bad in the news. Get the fuck out of here.
You assault somebody, you get escorted out the building.
The Academy's Board of Governors is prepared to take what they call appropriate action. Academy Board member Whoopi Goldberg says they won't take away Will Smith's Oscar.
There are consequences.
Yeah.
There are big consequences.
There has to be.
Well, yeah, because nobody is okay with what happened. Nobody.
They could choose to do nothing. They could choose to reprimand Will Smith privately. They could reprimand him publicly. They could kick him out of the Academy. They could suspend him. I think that the Academy's in a difficult position, right? I think they're in a position where perhaps they don't want to do nothing.
You know why? Because Will Smith is probably one of the most powerful actors in Hollywood. So, let's put this in perspective. Let's put this in money terms. You can really bank on Will to come out and have a real good movie that if you put, let's say, a $200 million what do they call that, budget on a movie, it will deliver. It will bring back that 200 mil plus more. So Will Smith is basically a commodity. So if you're willing to throw away a commodity, then why go through all of this? Why have the public scrutiny and all this? Because what I see, since Will has stepped down from the Academy, Hollywood is basically now is going to start losing money. Because you got to remember, Will's basically a summer blockbuster actor. Other than his roles now. Now, most of his movies come out during like award time. That's like your Novembers and Decembers and January. Like that's like award movie time. If y'all ever pay attention to how movies come out, you'll always see that these dramas and stuff like that where, whatever actors in these movies are basically acting their asses off for the simple fact that it's award season. They're trying to get their fucking award. But with that, you'll see that all of your Marvel movies and stuff like that, which all Marvel movies, but your big ones, your blockbusters, always come out between the months of May to like July. Knowing that most of them come out like between like February to like October, November-ish, but all the big ones always come out between May and July. Blockbuster time. This is family get out. Let's go to the movies time of the year in the late spring, early summer seasons. Then, if you ever look at it, usually your horror movies, like your thrillers and stuff like that, come out from February up until March. Maybe April, you might see a horror movie, as well as Halloween season, which they start coming out between August through October. Most of the time, most of all of them come out in October, but they start doing like say like the slashers and stuff like that during the months of August to October. And like your paranormal stuff come out in like September and October as well. But you gotta start looking at these trends when movies come out. So, yeah, I started paying attention to that shit when I was like 14 years old. I always saw that trend since then. You always have your, the like I said, the dramas at the end of the year, start of the year as well. Then you have your horrors, such as your psychological thrillers and stuff like that. Then you'll have your blockbusters. Then after that, you have the horror films and your comedies as well. Like comedies come out. If it's a big blockbuster comedy, it comes out in the summertime. If it's just like a regular comedy, you might see a regular comedy probably like around April, like late March, April, and like September. That's when you see comedies. So Will's a commodity. If they're willing to throw away Will, then they're willing to throw away any other A-list black actor and actress. So I hope Black Hollywood's looking at this because y'all got some choices to make. Let's continue.
If they overplay their hand or they reprimand him too hard, it could be a backlash there as well because they've got their own issues that they have to deal with.
Former Los Angeles District Attorney Steve Cooley tells Eyewitness News celebrities are not subject to a different set of laws than the rest of us.
He committed a crime. So it's up to the city attorney to decide whether or not this crime should be prosecuted or not. There is a benefit to a criminal prosecution. It sends a message to others who are out there that you will be held accountable for your crimes. It might be very helpful to Mr. Smith if he is placed on probation in order to attend anger control classes.
And someone we have yet to hear from following Will Smith.
To be honest, Will's already taken those classes. Not in a form of a class, but he's read several books. The reason? Because of his marriage. Because of what he experienced as a child with his mother and father. He has read so many books about how, communication and anger and stuff like that. For his marriage alone. He already has the knowledge. We can't even say that he lost his head. Because, to be honest, he was protecting someone that is near and dear to him, his wife. That's all he was doing. Let's keep going.
Apology, Chris Rock, who will perform 6 sold-out shows starting tonight in Boston, where ticket sales have exploded since Sunday's slap on the Oscars stage. And we're hearing from another comedian, Jim Carrey, saying that striking another human being is wrong. No response yet from Will Smith to the Academy, saying,
I can't wait to talk about Jim Carrey.
That he refused to leave the ceremony. This story far from over. Live in Hollywood, Josh Haskell, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Hello.
All right. So, y'all willing to get into some key takeaways? I think I have another video. No, not yet. Okay. All right. So let's get into some interesting takeaways. So, number one, it's quite weird that Smith and Jada Pinkett Smith were fine with the host Regina Hall joking about their open marriage early in the evening, but not with Rock joking about Pinkett Smith's hair. Now this is why. How do you call? And I watched both episodes of the Red Table Talk where Will Smith and Jada Pinkett Smith, along with Jada's mother and Willow, was in attendance. They spoke on their marriage from when they met until now. The only thing that they said is that I guess will garner people saying that they have an open marriage is that they said they have, in their marriage, they don't have any, what's the word that they used? There aren't any, what's the word that they used? I'm trying to figure out the word that they used. I want to say hang up so bad, but that's not it. Deal breakers. In their marriage, they don't have any deal breakers. Now, if that garners y'all saying that they have an open marriage, then okay, they have an open marriage. But from what I get from it, they don't have any. I just forgot the word again. Deal breakers. I need to remember that. If you garner them saying that they don't have any deal breakers for them having an open marriage, then okay, then do what you gotta do. But I just take from it is they don't have any deal breakers in their marriage. We don't know what those deal breakers are. We can speculate all day, but we don't know what they are. We just heard them say that there aren't any deal breakers in their marriage. That's it. That's all. If you take that as them saying that, then okay, I'll give you that. Number two, to all the people saying Rock's joke was dickish, it's a good thing you didn't hear Schumer's completely roasting everyone else in the room earlier in the evening, and none of them slugged at her face. Because it looks like somebody already slugs at Amy Schumer's face. Have you seen what she looks like? That doesn't garner that, then alright. Now, 3, no one in the auditorium knew at first whether this was all a joke or not, and nor it seemed did Smith. I watched his reaction to Rock's joke, and at first he laughed. Then he saw how annoyed his wife was. Then he realized the whole audience saw that because the camera was on her. Then he got angry and got up to slap Rock. However, anyone wants to spin it, he went on quite an emotional journey. Number 4. When Smith then claimed in his, let's just call it his acceptance speech, that he had been protecting his family, just as he protected, how you say her name? Ingenue Ellis, during the making of King Richard. Ellis did not look, Ellis did not look best pleased, and who could blame her? She just looked. She didn't have like a "that's a lie" look. No, she basically just looked like, okay, if that's how you feel, then that you was protecting us, then okay. There was no like her looking off, basically saying like or not saying, but basically looking like that's not what he did. She was sitting there looking like this the whole time during his acceptance speech. So I don't know, man. Y'all, this shit's just getting stupid by the moment. So 5, last one. Judging by Smith's general demeanor, I would say Jeffrey the butler needs to give him a good talking to. Whatever. Alright, next. Will Smith refused to leave Oscars after Rock slap. Things unfold in a way we could not have anticipated, the Academy said. While we would like to clarify that Mr. Smith was asked to leave, which is a lie, leave the ceremony and refused, we also recognize we could have handled the situation differently. A representative for the Academy declined to give specifics on how it tried to remove Smith after Smith struck Rock in response to a joke after his wife, Jada Pinkett Smith. Several stars, including Denzel Washington, Bradley Cooper, and Tyler Perry, spoke with 53-year-old Will Smith. Mr. Smith's actions at the 94th Oscars were a deeply shocking, traumatic event to witness in person and on television, the Academy said. Mr. Rock, we apologize to you for what you experienced on our stage, and thank you for your resilience in the moment. We also apologize to our nominees, guests, and viewers for what transpired during what have been a celebratory event. Whoopi Goldberg, a member of the Academy's Board of Governors, said Monday on The View, "We're not going to take the Oscar from him. Even Oscars won by expelled members haven't previously been ordered to be returned." Goldberg added that nobody is okay with what happened. Others from Sunday's telecast also began speaking out. Co-host Wanda Sykes told Ellen DeGeneres in an interview to air April 7th that she felt physically ill after Smith slapped Rock. When he returned to his seat, Smith twice shouted to Rock, "Keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth." "I'm still a little traumatized by it," said Sykes. "No, you're not. Shut the fuck up, funky bitch." In a clip released Wednesday, within an hour, Smith was back on stage accepting the award for Best Actor for his performance in King Richard. Many in the Dolby Theater gave him a standing ovation. I was like, how gross is this? No, she didn't. Shut the fuck up. This is the wrong message. You assault somebody and you get it escorted out the building and that's it. But for them to let him continue, I thought it was gross, said Syke. I wanted to be able to run out on stage after he won and say, unfortunately, Will couldn't be here tonight. Yeah, okay. Now, I'm gonna play 2 videos, and then I'm gonna get into my take of what I feel about all of this. All right, we've been on for 2 hours and 38 minutes, which is good. I'm making good time. All right.
This morning, new indications Will Smith may face consequences for slapping Chris Rock at the Oscars.
Oh, wow.
Today, the Board of Governors for the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences is expected to hold an emergency meeting where it will likely decide on whether to punish Smith.
Nobody is okay with what happened. Nobody.
Whoopi Goldberg is on the board. She says she does not believe Smith's Oscar should be taken away from him, but on The View yesterday, Goldberg suggested Smith does need to be punished.
There are consequences.
Yeah.
There are big consequences.
There has to be. Comedy legend Jim Carrey also weighing in, criticizing the standing ovation Smith got when he accepted his Oscar just minutes after assaulting Rock.
I was sickened. I felt like Hollywood is just spineless, en masse. If you want to yell from the audience and disapprove or show a disapproval or say something on Twitter or whatever, you do not have the right to walk up on stage and smack somebody in the face because they said words.
Both Carrey and Goldberg.
Jim Carrey, and I mean this respectfully, well, not really. I need you to shut all the way the fuck up. This is why. You don't know the pain that one woman goes through with a medical condition that she has, because, and I'll save this basically for my rant. I'll wait, because I still have something in there about Jim Carrey, Wanda Sykes, and Amy Schumer. All right, so I'll wait. But you need to shut all the way the fuck up. All right, let's keep going.
Also expressing concern for Smith.
The reason people got up and went over to him is because I think a lot of people thought, oh my God, is he having a break? Do we need to get him out? What do we need to do?
Smith's wife, Jada Pinkett Smith, who was the subject of Chris Rock's joke that prompted the slap, is now breaking her silence, saying online, "This is a season for healing, and I'm here for it." As for Rock, the comedian has yet to comment publicly, but tonight he's set to perform 2 shows in Boston. The cheapest ticket on StubHub overnight, $720. And TickPick, a secondary market seller, tweeting Monday, "We sold more tickets to see Chris Rock overnight than we did in the past month combined."
And there's new data about how the slap impacted the Oscars ratings Sunday night. Nielsen reports 600,000 people tuned in after the confrontation.
Hi, everyone. George Stephan.
Which is good, because they don't get that much of a goddamn viewership of that bullshit any damn way. So it's actually good. Let's go to the next one.
Moments after Will Smith slapped Chris Rock on stage at the Oscars, the show organizers asked him to leave, to get out of the building, but he refused. That from the Academy just today. And now we know the Academy may soon punish Will Smith after concluding during an emergency call today that he violated the Academy's standards of conduct. That includes inappropriate physical contact, abusive or threatening behavior, and compromising the integrity of the Academy. Unless you were just born, you know that on Sunday night, Will Smith smacked Rock across the face after he made a joke about Smith's wife. Afterwards, Smith went back to his seat and screamed about his wife in the comedian's mouth. The next Academy board meeting is scheduled for April 18th, and that's when they're set to discuss possible disciplinary actions against the Best Actor winner. One option on the table, expulsion from the Academy. Now, that's rare, but not unprecedented. It's a small group that includes Harvey Weinstein, Bill Cosby, and Roman Polanski. Meantime, comedian Chris Rock, he's set to be back on stage tonight for the first time since the Slapathon. He's scheduled to perform 2 comedy shows at the historic Wilburn Theater in Boston. Organizers will...
All right, no one gives a fuck about all this, about him performing.
People are paying big bucks to see Chris Rock, too. According to Pick, the cheapest tickets for the Boston shows are selling for about $1.25. Rock was spotted checking into his hotel.
All right, that's about it. Do I have anything about... Okay, I'll save that. Now, I need some better music than what I'm listening to, because what I'm about to say, people, I'm about to do an epic rant on all of this bullshit. I haven't ranted in a while. It's been a minute. Nah, that's not rant music. Yeah, I can get down with this. Now, y'all ready? Here's my take on everything that has been said everywhere. Social media, mainstream news, the news, etc. Wherever it's been, I've seen it. And I have this to say. This is the precursor of what the fuck I'm gonna say about this shit. We all had fun with some people lied about things when it comes to Will and Jada Smith. We all want to speculate and dictate what we think is real about their relationship of Will and Jada. But we know nothing about their relationship other than what they tell us. That's it and that's all. Whatever you fantasize about in your wet dreams about who Will and Jada sleep with is sick on your part. Why do grown men and grown women project their thoughts about a relationship that they're not in? It's sickening. It's very sickening. I watch Red Table Talk almost every episode. It's intriguing to see the Smith family talk about their lives to see they are just as normal can be. Dysfunctional, but normal. But what family isn't a little of both? But they have millions of dollars, so that's what makes them a little out of the ordinary of the normalcy of what me and yourself go through. Envy shows its ugly little head when people are on their high horse. Look down, people. You're up too high. How about you come on down and smell all of the bullshit that you've been spewing? Bullshit you've been spewing behind the screen. To make myself look good, hold on. To make myself look hold on. To make yourself look good, sorry. You then put down people who are worth more than you can seek to help. No, hold on. That's not the right page. Okay, I'm on the right page. People are worth more than you can seek the help they need to be perfect. To be the perfection that you long for or long to be. But in Will's words, let me put this somewhere where I can see it. In Will's words, he is a work in progress, like all of us. Why should we punch down on someone who has been scrutinized in the media for something he wasn't even in control over in the first place? Yes, Will and Jada was broken up around the time Jada and August Alsina were seeing each other. So why are we making jokes about a man being a cuck to a woman he was never with relationship-wise? Still legally married, but wasn't in a relationship with. If you guys don't know, Will was with, I think, a girl, I think she's around my age, if not a little older. I think her name was Camille. That's who he was seeing around the time that August and Jada were seeing each other. Now, you're a bunch of dumbasses. Go and do your research. Look and listen carefully at the videos you rather skim over and gain a quick opinion about just for views. The reason why I don't get as much views as some people, number one, I'm not that big yet. Number two, I don't spew bullshit out there. That's probably the reason why my growth has been so slow. My growth here is in the right pace for me. I don't care what other people do or what other people, well, no, I really don't give a fuck what people do, how they get their views. But it is sickening how they get their views. Now, where am I at? Y'all say violence is never the answer. Shit. Speak for yourself. Sometimes people need hands and feet put on them. You know why? Because just so they can gain or get the picture that you're painting. I'm pretty sure Will has consoled Jada countless times over since she found out about her medical issue. I'm pretty sure he's dried many of tears and many of I'm sure he's dried many of tears and has had to go the extra mile to let her know you still look good, baby. Don't worry about it. Now, I'm a different individual. I don't speak about, hug, look at, or joke with other men's wives in public and in private. Work is a different story because, you have to communicate with your coworkers, but anything that has to do with like public things such as, let's say I'm out and I see somebody that I work with, I don't speak to them. Because most of the time I never know their boyfriends or their husbands. So I would never come up and say, hello, how are you today? I'll just keep it at a head nod. If they see me, I'll just keep it at a head nod. But other than that, I usually go to the man of the relationship, introduce myself, and let them know how I know this person. That's it. I never just walk up and start talking because that is very ignorant. It's not ignorant. Yeah, that's ignorant. It's very ignorant, and it lacks ethics of stuff that what you believe in. It lacks ethics. Why do you as a person not understand this? Will was right there. He could have made a joke about Will because he was being nominated that night. So why shift the energy over to his wife? Chris knows the sacrifices. Well, hold on. Before I say that, Chris knows the story, and I'm pretty sure Chris knows the sacrifices of which Jada has made for Will. I'm pretty sure he knows. Because Will and Chris are very acquainted. I'm pretty sure they know each other. As well as Will employed Chris's brother, Tony Rock, on a show that he did that was loosely based on Will's life. Used to come on UPN. I forgot what I think it was called All of Us, I believe. I think it was called All of Us. You watch that show? That show was loosely based on Will's relationships between his first ex-wife and his wife then. So basically, the characters play his Lisa Ray plays. So the actors in it is Dwayne Martin, which plays Will's role. Then you have Lisa Ray, who plays Dwayne Martin's ex-wife, which they have a son together. And then you have, I believe it's Elise Neal, who plays Dwayne Martin's wife now. The show doesn't come on anymore, but I'm just giving you the picture. All right? On that show, Chris Rock's brother, Tony Rock, played the right-hand man of Dwayne Martin's character. So I'm pretty sure the Smiths and the Rocks are very acquainted. So I'm pretty sure Chris knew all about Jada's medical condition. So let's keep going. So it's I would have never put myself in the predicament that Chris Rock put himself in. So since I'm already getting there, why don't I just give my take on the slap and your opinions about the slap heard around the world? Ready? Let's go. You guys are saying it wasn't necessary for Will Smith to smack Chris Rock in the face. It was just a joke, you say. It didn't garner Will to smack Chris. But look at yourselves. When y'all caught wind of the situation with Jada, with Jada, Will, and August, y'all immediately hopped in front of your camera and giddy as a little schoolgirl with a crush, talking about look what I just found out with the whole August and Jada situation, and y'all making jokes that Will was crying the whole time. If you heard what he said, he had just called a flight back to do damage control. That's all that was. The whole red table talk situation where Will was basically, let's lay everything out on the table. That was called damage control. You know why? Because the Smiths have taken their public appearance into their own hands. So you have Jada on Facebook Watch with the red table talk. She's taking her part of the Smith family public their public appearance, or that's not the right word. Their whatever. And then Will's going on YouTube. Will's on YouTube. Will has a show, I believe, on Facebook called Will Smith's Bucket List, and then he has YouTube, of which he uploads. Well, he hasn't been making a lot of uploads since his book, but he really was into uploading a lot, like every week. So he's taking his stuff into his own hands as well. So, and you begin to drag Will's name through the mud to prove what was just a rumor. I guess I'm guilty too. I ran to my camera days later, because I only do my show on Saturdays, to show y'all what was said, not what I speculated. I presented an alternative thought of what was going on, and not a rumor or bullshit opinion. Why can't you all just admit it was a bad joke? I remember the late great Patrice O'Neal said this: a good and bad joke comes from the same place. It's the execution of how you present the joke. The joke Chris presented wasn't executed well. Plus, let's add this to it. Why did Chris say nice things about everyone else, but when it was Jada's turn, an insensitive joke about her head was said? So why is it that the couple that Penelope Cruz, I believe it is, and whoever the other guy is, why is it that he said nice things about them? He said nice things about Denzel and his role in King Lear, but or was it Macbeth? I think it was Macbeth. I don't think it was King Lear. That's on Apple right now. I'm not being paid to say that. But then when he turns his attention to Jada, oh, it's a head joke. It's a G.I. Jane joke. I've heard so much of Jada should have felt the compliment of Chris referring, acknowledging and comparing her to G.I. Jane, because G.I. Jane showed that when Demi Moore played it, that it was a strong woman character, and she's all for strong women. Yeah, but it's something that didn't warrant it. The reason why Demi Moore was bald in that role is because at the time, when I don't know if women shaved their heads back then in the military or not. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure they didn't, but at that time, a lot of that whole women being in the army and stuff like that, that was more so with butchy lesbians, not like feminine women. Who's this person that just said something? Honestly, nobody can really say that this is about protecting his wife. Had he smacked a woman like that, it would have been a different story. But William Hand, we can't say if he did, if he would have, because it never happened. We can't then speculate something else that never happened. So, with that being said, why are you then speculating on my show that if he would have smacked a woman, it would have been different disciplinary actions? But he never did any of that to begin with. That's just like what I just read earlier, them saying if he would have smacked Betty White if she was there, may she rest in peace, or if he smacked Amy Schumer, it would have never fucking happened, for the simple fact that I believe none of Amy Schumer's jokes when she was up there were actually funny. Number two, I don't believe anything she was saying had any sort of resonance of what the fuck had to do with the people that were there. So thank you, William Hand. If you want to come on here and talk to me after I get this done, because I'm almost done, I will put the link up so we can talk. Is that fair? Let me know. I'll keep going. Now, where was I at? Jada spoke on Red Table Talk that she was having problems with her hair. This was sometime last year, if not the beginning of this year, when she spoke about it. Now, not too long ago, Jada said she is suffering from alopecia, an autoimmune disease that affects her hair, or that is affecting the growth of her hair. So Jada's eye roll was warranted. Let's do this. What about Will having to console his wife, allowing her to cry on his shoulder, while he tells her everything is going to be all right? Or how about this? He has to go the extra mile and let her know that, and to tell her that she still got it. Fuck what everybody else says. And fuck what everybody has to do with, what everybody else has to say about your hair. he probably tells her, look, I'm still in love with the woman that I fell in love with 25 years ago. That's probably what he's telling them. William Hand says, plus Will made jokes about alopecia himself back in 1999. The clip on the Arsenio Hall show, he himself said, come on, man, it's just a joke. What changed? This is what changed, William. He grew from that. When he was on the Arsenio Hall show, he was around about 20 or something years old. He's now 53 years old. If there wasn't any growth from him being 20 something till now, then we wouldn't be having this conversation. Not hating or trolling or anything like that, my man. I'm just really interested in this. Look, like I said, we can talk about this when I get this done. Because after I get this done, I like to take any person who wants to talk about this. As well, share this onto your social media and say, this person's talking about the Will Smith situation. He wants to take callers on. So if you want to do that, like I said, when I'm done, I'll post a link to where you can come up here and we can talk. All right? All right. Let me keep going. All right. Now, you guys didn't think, nor did Chris think in the moment. Y'all don't make the connection that one of the most important things to a woman is her appearance. I'm pretty sure when Jada was losing her hair, the main thing she was only thinking about at that time was her appearance. Her appearance and a woman's appearance is probably one of the most important things that a woman has, other than if she's brainy or intelligent, stuff like that. I'm pretty sure one of the main things a woman thinks about daily is her appearance to the world. What do you think Jada probably had to go through when she had to gain the courage to then show her bald head? Because if you guys hadn't paid attention to the Red Table Talk, there was a time where you saw her with a short hairstyle, then you saw her with dreads, which was, I guess they were sew-ins, and then you saw her with a short hairstyle again, and then after that you saw her having head wraps on. So after that happens, you then have to think to yourself, well, is there something going on? That was the first thing that I thought. Well, maybe she's just having some sort of spiritual awakening that she's always talking about. Or maybe she's having some sort of hair issue, or maybe she's doing something with a role and it garners her to have a head wrap on 24/7. I don't know. I didn't make any speculations, nor did I make any jokes about why she is going through what she's going through. Now let me keep going. A woman works hard on her appearance to look presentable to the world, but let's put the paparazzi, fame, notoriety in front of that. You don't think she would be a little sensitive about her looks and what the public eye and her peers would think about her and her new do? That didn't run across your minds, did it? Seems like you guys are as much the vultures as Hollywood is. You guys came to Chris's aid more than to a woman's aid. What type of fucks are y'all? Fuck Will, in this instance, y'all riding Chris's dick so hard as if it's like a form of transportation. Get off the dick, man. Your stop's here. So just stop now. Now, some of y'all spewed bad jokes like Chris. It was like y'all was auditioning to be on Chris Rock's Ego Death tour. Which I said to myself, he shouldn't press charges and sue because he could make more money on tour talking about this than if he sued Will. Chances are, if don't, if y'all don't know, y'all or don't fuck with, hold on. Chances are, if he don't fuck with y'all or don't fuck with y'all, chances are he still doesn't. I don't know where I was going with that, but I'll let it ride. That's for content creators and comedians alike. That I'm saying this shit right now. If he didn't fuck with y'all then, chances are he doesn't fuck with y'all now. So for all the comedians taking up for Chris, but you can't even get a guest spot on his show, I suggest y'all chill the fuck out. Because would Chris do the same for you? Let's keep going. Chris doesn't really like y'all like that. I'm just speaking from what I'm hearing, what I hear from comedians and how they speak all the time. Chances are Chris doesn't like y'all. Chris wouldn't come on to your show. Chris wouldn't. I'm pretty sure the video that I played earlier was of him and a reporter from some insert whatever big media company that he was speaking to. I'm pretty sure he doesn't do interviews with just any old body. Now, the comments about Will has been real personal. Like, y'all know this nigga. Like, y'all hung out and he stopped being y'all's friend or something. How is Will a punk for taking up for his wife? I've heard such. I haven't heard such foolishness. Sorry. It's foolish for the simple fact that y'all are saying that this man shouldn't have did what he did. Okay, violence isn't the answer for shit like that. But if you have to sit and deal with your wife, dealing with her appearance, and it gets to you, which it should, because you should have some sort of empathy to your wife, not only just your wife, but to others as well. So this William guy that's commenting, he brought up that he made fun of somebody on the Arsenio Hall show back in the Arsenio Hall show. William went off back in 1994, I believe. So by you saying it was back in 99 is untrue. That was the first time it went off. The second time it went off was back in 2015, I believe. So you need to get your dates together. So, a man that has been married to a woman for more than 20 plus years, made a family with, makes so much money that his wife can decide if she wants to, whether or not, whenever she wants to work. What woman would want a man like what woman wouldn't want a man like that? A man is a punk for slapping the taste out of a man's mouth for his ill will of a joke that didn't land, and after being said, it sounded intentionally harsh. The joke didn't land. That's the reason why he had to go, that was a nice one. Nah, it didn't land. Just move on. Don't double back. Don't try to make it better. It didn't land. So stop. So a married man standing up for his wife's honor is bad, because at one point in time in their marriage, when they were split up, when they were split up and weren't talking, and in their split, they decided to see other people during that time. But Will's a bitch for standing up for his wife now that they are in good spirits and are displaying their love to one another. Damn, all married all married men and women who are in real down ass relationships who love their women, who take up for them, must be bitch ass niggas to a bunch of bitch ass niggas. Y'all sound gay, but it's cool. Gay is the thing right now. To be a part of. You're in good company. So LGBTQ plus, open up your assholes wholeheartedly for these niggas. Bitches alike, because I heard what the fuck y'all had to say as well. Because you're not exempt from any of this as well. When I'm talking about content creators, just not the dudes that hopped on and said, yeah, Will Smith smacked Chris Rock, he a bitch, blah, blah, blah. Heard y'all females saying that shit as well. Y'all talking shit about Jada. It's like this couple, I was going to say this later, but I might as well say this shit now. I'm pretty sure Will and Jada heard the world say that they were relationship goals. So Will and Jada, because the company that allows Jada to do Red Table Talk is in association with the Overbrook production company. Well, who owns Overbrook? Will Smith does. So let's say that they heard y'all say that they are relationship goals. Well, I'm pretty sure they was like, well, let them, we might as well allow them to see into this monster of a relationship that we have. Let's see if we're relationship goals afterwards. Seems like it's a whole bunch of shit being talked now. Oh, well, Will's a bitch because he let another nigga fuck his bitch. They wasn't together. So how was he allowing another man to fuck his bitch? From what Will says, one day he realized that he was not in charge of Jada's happiness, nor was Jada in charge of his happiness. So he told her, go out, do whatever the fuck you want to do. I'm no longer in charge of your happiness. You're no longer in charge of mine. Let's go off, venture out, find happiness. Then when we find that, let's come together and tell each other what that happiness is. I believe that happened over a course of 4 years. If not 2. But you guys have opinions on something that y'all know nothing about. Let's keep going. And I don't take nigga and bitch as a racially ambiguous term. Either I'm talking to hold on, I said that wrong. I am talking to every and anybody who has something to say fucked up about this situation. Something to say about 2 people who have nothing to do with you. Why do you guys do this? You do this about fucking everything. Now I understand the whole Jesse Smollett thing. We can joke about that because he did something stupid. And he wasted taxpayers' dollars. I understand the whole joking on R. Kelly because he did some heinous fucking things and he should have been put in jail for that. He has a sickness. But what is Will and Jada doing other than being in the public eye? What are they doing to y'all? What's Jada and Will doing to y'all that y'all have to speak on their relationship, a relationship that you're not in. Now, let me see. Me, myself, personally, I like holding up a mirror to people who can't see their own fuckery. Y'all are really crazy for real, because if you guys look at your marriage or your relationship, it's probably not going as well as Will and Jada's. Because Will and Jada actually sit and talk to each other. Y'all probably can't even exchange 3 words without having a problem with one another. And I'm pretty sure y'all can all be like, well, let me say this. Y'all probably all are saying, well, nah, I'll talk to my girl. Not the way that Will talked to Jada. I had a joke that I wrote before. I'm not a comedian, but I wanted to be, but I never pursued that art. I wrote a joke that basically was saying that I tell my girl everything, even if I have to put it in joke form. Basically, the joke. Hold on, I'll be right back. My camera's fucking up. Alright, I'm back. What was I saying? Okay, yeah. So I was saying that I wrote that joke basically because it's hard to tell someone who you're with that you want to do other shit outside of the relationship. It's hard. So the joke basically stated that I tell my girl everything, even if I have to joke about it, just in order for me to do it. That's the premise of the joke. That's the reason why I said, y'all, in your relationship, you probably can't talk to your wife about every damn thing. So since you probably can't tell your wife about or your husband about every damn thing that you want to do or that you already are doing, you then look at this couple as if they're doing something wrong. If they have an open relationship, hey, let them be in their open relationship. What are they doing wrong to you? They might be living the life that you want to live, but you don't know how to execute the way you want to live because why? Because you're scared. That's why. Let's keep going. So now everyone had the same jokes to tell. None of y'all are original, so stop y'all's basically saying the same fucking thing, trying to be funny. Leave that up to the professionals or Chris. So what does August Alsina or Tupac have to do with Will slapping Chris? Please tell me what the fuck that has to do with Chris. Now, why didn't he have that energy for August Alsina? What are you talking about? That makes no sense for the simple fact that why would he have that energy for August Alsina? He wasn't with his wife when August Alsina and his wife were seeing each other. So I always hear about women sending men off, which has been said about Will and this whole situation, that Jada sent Will off. So tell me how Jada sent Will off to hit Chris. And tell me why you're comparing the energy of which he had for Chris, that we probably think that in 2016, all that shit that he said about Jada's protest against the Oscars has something probably to do with what Will Smith did last Sunday night. Let me explain. Y'all are saying that that woman's chasing ghosts. It got Will acting crazy. Will has lost his mind since the whole entanglement stuff. Use better jokes and better explanations, because you're basically not really saying much. You're just saying that this man's acting this way because his wife fucked another person or wanted to fuck her best friend. I'm not understanding. Now, where did August Alsina and Tupac come from in this ordeal? I'm confused. Since Jada and August had a little fling for a short period of time, and since Jada was close to a man since she was a teenager, if not younger, but never had a relationship with. We all know this. Jada and Tupac never dated, but they were close friends. Will Smith said on his Breakfast Club interview that when they met, when Jada and Will met, that it could have been, if she wanted that to happen, maybe Tupac and Jada could have been together. Maybe. But it is also Jada's words, when Will and Jada was together, that when Jada wanted Will and Tupac to meet, she basically told Will and told Tupac the same. You guys are practically the same person. They never slept with each other. They never shared a kiss. They never had a thought of being with each other, but somehow Will is supposed to be pressed about these dudes. It was Jada who told Will that Tupac and Will was just alike, like I just said. Jada said this. Just to let y'all know, Jada said this. She was so excited to show her friend who she was in love with because they shared so many personality traits that she wanted her man and her best friend to finally meet so they can get along and hang out and be cool with each other. What's wrong with that? Females do that all the time with their female friends. So what's the difference? Y'all tell me. Let's be honest. Tupac was a theater kid, a theater and performance arts kid. Why do y'all think his music was so good? He went to the Baltimore School of the Arts. He had prior training when he went to that school. Also, he moved around a lot, so he had to develop a personality that was infectious and witty so he could make friends easy. As well, he had to develop a chameleon type of way to fit in. In Baltimore, he was the artistic kid. In Oakland, he had to be the cool guy that had a little edge to himself. Then in Los Angeles, he had to be the gangster to fit in with the group of people he hung with there. A chameleon personality. He isn't the guy you think he was, and this is just off of observation. Let's take August for instance. Lived a bad life in Louisiana, found music as an escape, like most hood dudes do when they don't want to live the life that they're living or don't want to be in the environment that they are in anymore. It's common. August meets Jada, they become friends, all the while he was sick. He was strung out on prescription drugs and had a genetic liver disease, which probably came from his prescription addiction, or probably furthered his genetic liver disease. With Jada having the heart of his with Jaden having the heart of his mother, he introduced him to the family, and Jada saw he was in need and helped him with his disorder. Although at the time Jada and Will wasn't seeing each other, August and Jada decided they would pursue each other. And an entanglement is what Jada called it when talking to her husband on her show, The Red Table Talk. So with that being said, why is any of the jokes being said funny at all? Y'all let me know. And a friend in a fling is a joke to the dumb, deaf, and blind. I guess so. I guess to the dumb, deaf, and blind, those types of jokes makes you type of people chuckle a bit. Let's keep going. And in 2016, Chris Rock made a joke about Will and Jada boycotting the award show, not for being nominated, not for lack of but for lack of diversity at the award show. After Jada caught wind of jokes, her only statement was, "Hey, look, it comes with the territory. We got to keep moving. We got a lot of stuff we got to handle. A lot of stuff going on in our world right now. We got to keep it moving." So you don't think Will has some sort of pent up ire for Chris's joke? Plus, not saying Chris is beholden to Will for getting him on the Fresh Prince show, but damn, man, this man is trying to be in the moment with his wife and have a good night with the rest of the yuppies in the crowd, but he has to hear a man that he once employed. Now that's two rocks that he employed, Chris and Tony, that he had some sort of friendship with, berate his wife about her hair in front of their peers. Like I said, G.I. Jane 2 was a weak joke. That's a 27-year-old movie reference, and then look out in the crowd like he said nothing wrong. By him making a 27-year-old movie reference joke, is Chris off of his game? Because come on, he could have brought up some sort of movie. He could have. Yeah, what's the script writer's name? The black script writer. She's a lesbian, and she has a bald head herself by choice. I forgot her name, but she writes for the show The Chi, and I believe she has a show on Amazon. I forgot her name. Anyway, let's keep going. The saying goes, hold on, I'm not there yet. Okay. Comedian or not, it was insensitive. The saying goes, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. But it was an episode of Family Matters I watched as a young kid where Laura wanted to add African American history class to the school curriculum so her and her other classmates could learn about the great African Americans. but it was met with racism, with a mean letter that tells her go back to Africa if she wants to learn about African history. And when she closed her locker, spray painted on it was the word nigger. With that, her father tells her the sticks and stones saying and tells her that words do hurt. So why can't the Peanut Gallery understand this at all? A woman that may be sensitive about her appearance is being joked upon at the presenter's expense, and Will can't be upset for not one but two times that Chris has made Jada the butt of his jokes. The attention spans of y'all is worse than fish. How's Will a cuck for defending his woman? Are y'all Are y'all insinuating that Will can't defend his woman? In what aspect is Will a cuck? They have the perfect relationship for them and them alone. They have what they think is the perfect relationship. You got a glimpse into the relationship and y'all saw how they play their game, and you want to judge them for enjoying their life partnership. And y'all act like Will haven't been slapping people for a while now. That's what Will does. Y'all can't disrespect that Philly nigga. He isn't no damn punk. He's about 6'4", 205 pounds, and he trains with Sugar Ray Leonard's trainer since he got the role of Ali. So what are you saying here? Are y'all talking about how Will wouldn't have slapped no other comedian? Not a lot of comedians are in shape like that. The job doesn't require you to be in shape. Do me a favor. Tell me all of the in shape comedians, not the skinny ones, because skinny really doesn't mean you're in shape. Or he wouldn't have hit a white person or a white comedian. Will looks like he's making it known you can't come after mines anymore. Leave my family alone. We aren't to be played with anymore. Chris's younger brother, I forgot his younger brother's name, is talking about it's on site, and Tony Rock talking about he doesn't approve of Will's apology. I don't believe the apology was for you, Tony. So I don't think you have a say so if the apology was approvable to you or not. Then you have Amy Schumer, Wanda Sykes, and Jim Carrey coming out the sides of their mouths saying they were traumatized and triggered about what Will did. But who gave y'all the permission to talk about Will? This isn't the first time he slapped someone. If you guys don't remember, during the Men in Black 3 whole thing that was going on when the movie was presented in France, I believe, a reporter tried to kiss him in the mouth. He pushed him away and then smacked the shit out of him. So this isn't Will's first time smacking somebody. Now, so what makes this moment so special? Is it because he did it around white people? This is so bad, you're going to make this man quit and go off and make his own movies. Remember, he has his own production company. And to Amy and Jim Carrey, why don't y'all stay out of black people's affairs? I know, Jim, you built your career one time off of black people. You may find as though that you may not need them anymore, but fuck it. How about this? Just stay out of our affairs. If we need you, we'll invite you. But other than that, just shut the fuck up for the time being. And this fool actually said that he wants to sue Will for $200 million for the simple fact that that video, the smack, will be here forever. So he wants to sue Will for $200 million. What sense does that make? Y'all let me know. How does a man equate his own feelings to wanting to sue someone because of a video is going to be around for a long time. Do you know what can happen with that video? It can disappear. You know how that can happen? Will can ask for that video to disappear. If you put money behind something, you can basically do any goddamn thing. Something that Will has a lot of. Now, I want to play a video because by me saying that you're going to make this man quit, and I basically said the day after, that the worst thing that can happen is for Will to be in handcuffs and take a mugshot. And also, Will has been very displeased with making movies. Will said he doesn't make movies for money anymore. This was a quote from him. He said he doesn't make movies for money anymore because he has so much of it. There's no point to even fucking think about how much he's gonna make because he already has his price. The price gets met, and then he does the movie. But like I said earlier, what other accolade does he need? He's a Oscar nominated and Oscar winner of the King Richard movie, which he should have been. He should have been honored for that for Concussion, and he also should have been honored for that when he played Ali, because I believe he did a good goddamn job playing Ali. And that was back in 2001 when that movie came out, I believe. If not, yeah, I think it was 2001, if not 2004 or 5 maybe. But, maybe Will doesn't need Hollywood anymore. He has everything that he needs now. He has his house that he built from the ground up. It's probably already bought and paid for. He probably has reached all of his goals that he could possibly reach in the Hollywood game. Hence, him making YouTube videos and a YouTube series that shows him going through weight loss. Not only that, he wanted to challenge himself to all of the fears that he's had, and he wanted to learn some new things. Thus, his Disney Plus show came about. So Will, basically, to me, is tired of fucking Hollywood and all the fake shit that is Hollywood. That's just what I think. But this is the video of E! News talking about Will's resignation from the Academy.
Will Smith is resigning from the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences less than a week after slapping Chris Rock on stage at the Oscars. The actor announces his decision in a statement following backlash to his actions at the ceremony. Will writes, quote, "The list of those I have hurt is long and includes Chris, his family, many of my dear friends and loved ones, all those in attendance, and global audiences at home. I betrayed the trust of the Academy. I deprived other nominees and winners of their opportunity to celebrate and be celebrated for their extraordinary work. I am heartbroken." The King Richard star also says he will accept any additional consequences from the Academy, which has confirmed his resignation. During the award show, Will confronted Chris after the comedian made a joke about Jada Pinkett's hair. The actress has been open about her struggle with alopecia, an autoimmune disorder that causes drastic hair loss. In a previous statement shared on Instagram, Will expressed remorse for the altercation, writing, "My behavior at last night's Academy Awards was unacceptable and inexcusable. Jokes at my expense are part of the job, but a joke about Jada's medical condition was too much for me to bear, and I reacted emotionally. Chris Rock briefly addressed the slap for the first time during his comedy show in Boston on Wednesday, telling the crowd that he was still processing the incident.
So, I have one question to ask everyone. What have we learned here from this? What have we learned from this? That all y'all choose a side. I merely describe a side because y'all don't pay attention to detail. What we did this week was take one discretion over another discretion. Sorry, I said discretion. We took one distraction from another distraction because the last distraction was getting played out, i.e. the Ukraine-Russian war, which is basically, to me, that's just some in-house shit that they dealing with. Some in-house shit that has nothing to do with us. I don't really feel as though that we should be talking about that bullshit either. Although I have covered it several times, but it's a distraction. That's my thing this year, distractions. We need to get the fuck away from distractions. Let me keep going. So all they have to do is throw two black guys, highly successful, one winning an overdue award at a stale award ceremony. Mix it with a bad joke and fed up feelings of being made fun of on the interwebs, and you get a huge slap that was heard around the world, and an overdue cuss out for past jokes about a man's wife, and you finally get a man that shows the world who he really is, and you're all terrified because he doesn't fit a mold that you put him in, and you're angry about it. My big question for this is why? Why are you upset? There should be no reason why you're so upset. He's human, just like you are. Human. Why do you hold so much high value for a man that is a human being? Is it because you feel that he is the better of us? Is it that you feel that he is better than you? Well, whatever it is, you should do this same thing I do in situations like this. Enjoy it for what it is and move on. That's the only way, because when you pay too much attention to someone else's successes and highest moments, and it's not you, the devil will consume you. Just like it did this week. Now, here's Jada and what she had to say a couple days ago. And then I'm gonna put the link. I might as well put the link up now. If anybody's here who wants to come on, I'll put this in the chat. And here we go.
I got an earful this morning, man. But then, you know, people trip regardless, right? We all know that. And you know what's funny is that it's a lot of people out here claiming to be lions until it's time to do some lion things. And you never really know a person until you meet them on the battlefield. That's the one thing I've learned in these 50 years. And it could be in any position on the battlefield. enemy, an ally. Now, let me tell you, I got mad respect for anybody who takes a position as an enemy, fights like one. I don't have a problem with that. That's life. I'm cool with that. It's the allies. It's the ones that are standing right next to you, who look to you and nod to you as if they got your back and they're on your side. And they nod to you like they're ready to charge. And you look over and you nod back. And you guys start charging towards the other side together. And that joker takes out their sword and cuts your throat. Those are the tricky ones. And you are doing yourself the greatest disservice by excusing that behavior, by letting it slide, and by ignoring what that represents. You're doing yourself a big disservice and that person. So, I see fire in the horizon. So that means it's going to be some smoke. And I'm ready. I'm ready.
Now, although that was cryptic, you kind of get what's going on in the Smith clan. Now, anyone who's watching, I'm gonna take a 2-minute break. You can come up. I'll bring you up when I come back. All right, we'll be right back. All right, we're back. I see nobody wanted to come up. William Williams not here anymore. I guess he didn't want to come up. So I guess I'll end the show. If anyone's still watching, you still can come up. The link's right there. So be my guest. If not, I'm gone. Alright, guess nobody wants to come up. So, I hope y'all learn from this whole ordeal and anything that comes in the future, for the simple fact that you place judgment on people too fast. And I tell you this, you're placing judgment on people that are just as human as you. They just have more successes than what you have. So, one thing you can do, you can learn from them, so you can try to get to the level that they're at, financially, emotionally, what have you. Anything under that umbrella. Because it shows that you would rather judge first than to understand. Me, myself personally, I'm the other way around. I'd rather understand first than judge. Now, with that being said, everybody, I thank you guys for being here. All right, I haven't did this when I started, but I give you a round of applause. So, with that being said, nobody wants to come up, so I guess I'm out of here. Alright, so everybody, if you enjoyed yourself, thanks for being here. Alright? No, that's not the one. Please do not forget, on Saturdays, I do my podcast show, which you're watching right now, at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Marcus Speaks Live is the show. So, if you guys enjoyed yourself, please come back. If you're new, please hit the subscribe button and, do all that good stuff. As well, on Fridays, I do a game stream show, Marcus Speaks Play, which can be viewed not only here on YouTube and not only just on this channel. I have a secondary channel that I exclusively play these said video games as well. I'm on Twitch and as well as Facebook gaming. So don't forget, I start at 6:30-ish p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Fridays, but always on Saturdays I do start on time, which I've been on time these past couple weeks for both shows. So, no biggie there. So like I said, my first channel, my main channel, which my podcast comes on, Marcus Speaks, please subscribe. Also, my second channel, Marcus Speaks Play, please subscribe. Either channel you go to, if you go to the description box and look at my links that's below the description of the show, as well as the fair use description. Right underneath of the fair use is all of my links, alright? They're right there. So please subscribe to both. If you go to either channel, you can subscribe to both channels. So you can't get out of it that easy. Like I said, I'm on Twitch at Marcus Speaks Play. Please check me out. I didn't know that Twitch takes shows away, I think, in like 3 days time. So or a week's time. So you're only viewing the two or three videos that I've done for like the past 3 weeks. So, but hop on over there. It's a good thing going on over there. As well, if you have any sort of recommendation, such as a show recommendation, like a segment or some sort of show I can do on my channels, let me know. If you have a story recommendation, something that I can present while I'm doing my podcast, let me know. Or if you have a game recommendation, let me know, either in the live chat or you can hit me up in the comment section if you're watching the replay, or you hit me up in my DMs on social media. The way you can follow me on social media is on Instagram at marcus.speaks.podcast. At Facebook, my personal page is Marcus Speaks. I also have a group page over there, which you can see this as well as my game stream at Marcus Speaks Podcast. Where you can find that, go to Facebook, either the app or the website, go to the search bar, type in Marcus Speaks Podcast, or type in your search bar, your address bar, www.facebook.com/Marcus Speaks PC. The M in Marcus is capitalized, the S in Speaks is capitalized, as well as the PC is also capitalized. Alright? Wait a minute. I'm also on Twitter at Marcus Speaks 25, username Marcus Speaks Podcast. You can check all those links out in the description box. I urge you to do so. Follow me. Subscribe to me. Alright? Show me that you care. Alright? Please like this video. Share this video. Subscribe if you're new. As well, hit that bell icon to all so you can get all of my notifications immediately once I go live. Also, share my channels if you can. Get me out there. Okay? And don't forget, if you like this, please leave a chat or a comment and all that other good stuff. I'm also streaming with FluidStream.com to YouTube and Facebook right now. So with that, everybody, I'm out of here. I thank y'all for watching. Peace out. Y'all have a good night.